For the next heat, 4, 5 and 6, can you please head down to Marshalling? Thank you. So that's all boys from the under 17 age group. Please make your way down to Marshalling in the bottom corner. Thank you. start out with marshals. So all up to 17 boys going to marshals, please. If you can't really go down. Thank you.
It felt really so good. Yeah.
Swimmers for heat 4, you are under the control of the referee.
The ship says we're on at 12, but yeah. The boys are meant to run at 11:20, so it's 10:10. How come they're so early? Well, how come they're not coming out before? Surely it's like, it can take 20 minutes here. I could do that. I'm doing some food calls. And then come down and get ready. Yeah.
did a 100 warm up and I was so out of breath and I was literally
Moving on to swim heat 6. Swimmers, you're under the control of the referee. Swimming in lane 2, we have Modern Pentathlon of juniors.
lane 3, is Gerard of Light. Lane 4 is Zach Cooper of Saxons. Lane
5 is Oliver
Thompson of Saxons. Lane 6 is Thomas Johnson
of Knights. Lane 7 is Stefan Chilita of Tudors.
All the under
19 girls should now be with marshals, so if you haven't reported yet to marshalling for heats 7 and 8, please make your way there now. Thank you.
Try and get up 35. Like, even no sweet of the Google. So if we go at 35, it's going to be 220 for the whole of it. Yeah. Yeah. I will do.
Swimmers for heat 7, you are now under the control of the referee. Swimming in lane 2, we have Charlotte Nabducci of Saltires. Lane 3 is Lottie Silverton of Knights. Lane 4 is Billy Wicks of Saxons. Lane 5 is Rachel Warden of Saltires. Lane 6 is Kirsty Mayer of Saxons. And lane 7 is Grace McDonald of Saltires.
Can we have the swimmers for the heats 9 and 10, so the under 19 boys?
Marshalling, please. Under 19 boys remaining now down to marshalling. Thank you. Lane 1,
we have Cara Matthewson of Loughborough.
Lane 2 is Jessica Stevens of Saxon.
Where's your Emily gone?
Lane 3 is Susie Roberts of Saltires.
Oh, do you know?
Lane 4 is
I said hi.
Lauren Airy of Knights. Lane 5 is Lila Winslow of Knights. Lane 7 is Anna Passford of Saxons.
control of the referee.
Lane 2, we have Duncan McDonald of Saltires. Lane Swimmers for heat 10, you are under the control of the referee. Swimming out in our final heat, we have in lane 1, Jack Follett of Knights. Lane 2 is William Barlow of Knights. Lane 3 is Freddie Brassey Barlow of Saxons. Lane 4 is Benjamin Wilkinson of Saxons. Lane 5 is Ollie Hodgson of Saxons. Lane 6 is Malek Ruskai of Knights. And lane 7 is Blake Headley of Saltires.
when you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sports. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come and support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
So, hi there, my name is Samuel Ingram. I'm a former performance judoka and I competed for Great Britain in the major events for 2008 Paralympics, the 2012 Paralympics and the 2016 Paralympics. I achieved a bronze and a silver, and on my third attempt I just missed out on a medal, but yeah, I've had a long and varied career in sport.
So hi, I'm Brady Chambers, and I'm currently going to my second year of the school games to play wheelchair tennis. Last year I went over with one of my partners, Nathan McCabe, who currently does wheelchair basketball he was in the Commonwealth Games there, and we both won a silver medal in the men's doubles.
Okay.
So we did, and yeah, so I really enjoy it, and I'm currently also playing wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby as other side sports alongside this. So yeah, it's pretty good, and the tennis is great. I love going over and experiencing it, especially last year. It was my first time, and I was expecting just to come home with nothing, but actually it's just sitting over there, but I have my medal and all, so it's great.
Great stuff, great stuff. So have we explored any questions for sort of about performance or lifestyle and such like? Have you got
I just wanted
loaded up?
Yeah, I've got a few. So first one's really, how do you cope with defeat or disappointment, whenever you're playing? Because I know when I'm playing last year, I lost my first match in the singles just due to a lot of nerves, but then right after that I was fine. So I was just always looking for anything tips wise and how to cope with it.
Yeah, so I'd say there's different points of failure. We'll talk quickly about both of them. So obviously within the circumstance you just said there, Sometimes within all sorts different sports, but sometimes you can still lose and continue in the tournament. So in judo, you can go into, if you get to, depends how the competition is structured, but if you get into certain areas of the tournament, you can lose and go into the repechage. So you can still have a chance to either get a bronze medal or get a placing. So that's one type of failure. So that's match failure. And that's something that you have to deal with very quickly. You can't really go into the ins and outs of why it happened and such like, but you can sort of address the issue there and then. I lost to Mr. X or Mrs. Y, and actually I've got another event to do or another match to do. I've got to pick myself up, get myself back in the game. You'd normally be supported by your coach or teammates in this regard, because they say, you know, and this is the point in which you can probably make more excuses for yourself just to get through the day, rather than address big issues about technicalities of sport and this, that, and the other. So I would never advise anyone to sort of sugarcoat their sort of sporting experience, but this is probably the one time within a day's competition you can sugarcoat it, because you need to be in a good mood going forward in the day. There's no need to dwell on things when you've actually got a job to do still. You need to focus on doing that job. So there's that sort of failure. The other sort of dealing with losses is, so within the sport of judo, there's lots of points of failure, you know, so you have to get very good at being able to deal with it, because it's a daily occurrence. Within training, you get thrown on your back or someone becomes more dominant of you, and it would be the same in tennis where someone's just got a point past you. That's a failure, right? So we have to be able to consider these things, technically understand them. So why is it happening? Am I doing something incorrectly, or actually am I not reacting in time for whatever they're doing, your opponent is doing? And with the sort of longer term failure, you can really take your time to assess, well, why is this happening? Is it something in the match I'm not doing? As in, am I not physically capable, haven't got the strength, the capacity? Do I understand the rules, as in the technicalities around strategy and such like? And actually, is there anything I can get from my coaching team and support staff to get an edge on that, you know? And that's how I always dealt with failure. I actually saw failure as a kind of positive, because it gives you an opportunity to learn. Winning is so easy, because, you know, I did, you know, and I regret this within my own career, I did very little reflection after winning. I did a lot of reflection after losing, and it's probably the best point to reflect is when you're winning, because you've got the right recipe, you're doing the right things. But it was almost like a free ticket to not put the extra work in after the event. But I would say dealing with it is categorizing it into your head. Is it a point of failure, or is it a point to learn? You know, and I would say the healthy way is to say it's a point to learn. And I think coaches are probably something to help you through that as well, because it's an opportunity for them to learn as well.
Yeah.
About who you are and what you do with your skills. You know. So.
Yeah, that's all right. Just
what would you say
about
one of
it? The problem with me is whenever I do something bad, or, you know, lose focus and lose something, I get into that bad mindset where, like, oh, I can't do this, you know, or I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, you know. I'm always thinking negative and never actually looking and seeing, you know, well, actually, it's all right, I can still do better, you know, or I can do this to improve.
I would say it's always good to focus on something very small to get you back in the game, right? So, for example, in judo, there's all sorts of wrestling techniques and so on and so forth, but there's little triggers that make me do big things. I know that if someone attacks me, I need to move away. I know that naturally. I know that if someone's trying to throw me, I need to brace it. But actually, my coach would have little triggers. One for me was my posture would be bad. So he'd say eyes, and I would look up automatically and adjust my posture. Now, he didn't have to say, adjust your posture. You know, he just had to say a little trigger, and it got me back into the zone of, this is how I need to compete. And all the big things came natural. So if it is a point in which you do something incorrectly and you need to get back into that focus, it might be, right, take my line, bounce my ball, do the next thing. Like have a little routine, because you know how to serve, you know how to return a ball, you know, so it's about just getting your head back into that mindset as quickly as possible and not letting your mind drift, because if it drifts, it can drift forever.
Yeah,
you know.
that's something I can start to work on now, because right now my coach Adam is taking me for sort of like private lessons for training up until September when I leave. So that's something I can work on, because I know, like you said, you know, I know how to do everything, but as soon as that bad mindset hits me, I'm like, oh no, I don't know how to do this. I can't serve properly, or I can't return properly. So
one of the biggest examples, or the most sort of clearest examples I can see in my head now, and it's something that we have to sort of be careful as well about, because these trigger things can become obsessive with people, performancey people. We get a bit obsessive about behavior. With Nadal's touching his face, his nose and his ears.
Yeah.
We all know that. He's not doing that because he really wants to touch his nose and his face. It's become habitual, like habit. But that's the moment, and probably, which he's thinking about what he needs to do to win the next point, you know. And the touching his nose and ears is the crutch that allows him to do that. You know, it's all these are little tiny finite bits of performance now, but these are the bits that make the difference between winning and losing. So have a routine to focus on getting back into, and it won't be, oh, let's just focus. It'll be deliver the ball, or it'll be state your position on the pitch or mat or whatever you want to, you know, your sport, and you'll have your own little triggers. But get good at being able to sort of put your finger on the trigger and ready to pull.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So another question I've sort of been thinking about just before I went on was, how did you, when you began, you know, your journey into judo, how did you develop from where you were? Like, how did you get, you know, to where you are now? Because for me, like, obviously in Northern Ireland, I'm very small, so I am. So there's only very few of us that play. So all the other tournaments are in England, so I have to travel and stuff. So I've only been to very little ones, and I want to know, especially for my other sports, how do I get from where I am now? You know, especially because I'm going towards 18 soon, so I have a bit more flexibility, you know.
So what I did, this is a big question, and this is one that you have to obviously have your parents involved or support around you involved in this question. So I'm very good at copying people. You know, when someone's got a skill and I'd like to learn it, I found myself, even in my early life, just standing next to people, learning from them. Right, and then I'd be able to do the skill. I find it very easy to, in particular myself, learn visually. Ironically, because I can't see very well. But what I did was I grew up in Coventry, and I lived in Coventry and trained, and there was a good judo club there and such like. But I knew that that wasn't enough for me. And I knew that I had to find the best people that I could copy my behavior off. And that wasn't just judo techniques, that was behavioral and social issues as well. Like, actually, how do I become one of these people in the environment? So I moved from Coventry in England, near Birmingham, up to Edinburgh, where there were a multitude of Olympians. And I was actually the only Paralympian, but judo is a very inclusive sport where Olympians and Paralympians train exactly the same. So there were people that I knew I would learn from. There were people that I came and tested the water. I visited a couple of times to make sure I got on with people, if I liked the environment, so on and so forth. But I went to different training bases within Britain. So I went to, not Dartford at the time, it was Bath University that had a dojo. And I went down to Camberley, the dojo, and I tried Edinburgh. And not that I didn't get on with the other places, I just fitted in better within Edinburgh, and the level of performance at the time in the other athletes was highest. So I knew that these are the guys doing the business at the highest level. So I literally packed my bags, made a date, found a room with some other judo guys, moved in there. By this point, I was fortunate enough to have already had some success, and I was UK Sport funded. So I had an APA from UK Sport that allowed me to pay for my accommodation and so on and so forth. So it wasn't as though I had to get a job on top, which would have been another barrier, obviously. So for me, it was about making a big leap. I'd already left home, I'd already been to university and so on and so forth. So those things you have to deal with as well. Like, I knew that I could already cook for myself and clean for myself, and it seems all very easy until you've got to do it all, you know. But I'd already left home. Well, I left home when I was 16, so I'd had lots of practice, and then I went sort of full time in judo when I was about 22, 23. So, you know, I'd had much time to be alone and support myself generally alone. And actually just move into the best judo environment was the key for me. And one thing led to another, and it literally did pay off, you know. And also, I made long life friends, and I met my wife, and you know, many other things happened because I was in a different environment, supported by judo.
Yeah.
You know, so it is about you have to really understand what you want to do within your sporting career, and at some point you have to take a risk. And it's okay for it not to work out. It's okay to go try it for 2 years and go, I don't like the training, or my abilities aren't there, or will never be. For example, it doesn't matter how much long distance running I do. I'm not going to be a long distance runner. I'm too big. I'm a terrible runner. You know. So, and if I tested that out, you have to be able to say this isn't for me, as well as this is for me. You know. At some point you have to get to the top. You know, I'd say in your position at the moment, use all the resources you can, your gyms, your competitions, your so on and so forth, around where you are. Try and be dominant in those areas as much as possible, and then transition to trips away, and then try and find an environment that you fit into, and you know, that you think that can support you. And if you've got the double-edged sword of linking that with something else in your life, such as education, you're laughing then, because not only can you play tennis, meet some new pals, you can also get your education done, you know, simultaneously, you know. So but there is risk involved, but that's part of sport.
That's what I've been thinking, you know, because over here it's not that I'm stuck, but I'm just very limited to what I can do. You know, like there is a few people, guys that are older than me, in chairs that I've played against, you know, in competitions, and they've went well. And I've always thought about maybe going to Loughborough University, you know, just to see, because of all the facilities, because I'm a very active and sporty person. You know, I can't go without any of that. So I've always thought, you know, maybe give it a shot and see, will this work out? Because then I'd be close to everything and I can participate in a lot more than, you know, what I can over here.
Well, actually, I when I left home at 16, I went to Loughborough College, and I wasn't involved in. I did lots of sport, but I wasn't involved in sort of higher level judo at that point. But yeah, the environment down there is extremely sporting, and there is so many different sports going on and such like, and it is not central England, but very close to. So it's just something that you have to be ready to do, in terms of, actually, am I ready to move away from home? It's a big leap, you know. But like I say, if you can combine that with your education and your sporting career, no doubt you will have fun and you'll develop. You'll also meet loads of people. There's loads of opportunity to meet people. So, and even if it doesn't work out, you'll go and get a degree, and you might have a, you know, group of friends or a partner at the end of it anyway. You know, lots of people go into university, I think, thinking, I want to be a professional runner or tennis player or so on and so forth, and it doesn't work out, and that's okay as well, you know, because you still get the benefit. You know, the benefit is in the challenge, not in the result.
Sort of just, it just came into my head there. It's sort of off-topic question, but how did you cope, you know, during your time in high school, you know, with your disability? You know, because at the minute I've just completed my GCSEs, and I'll be going in the sixth form, and then I'll see hopefully uni after that. And it's you know, just knowing, because I still have not that you know, just a bit of self-conscious. You know, I can tell people are still staring at me a bit when I'm out and stuff. You know, just how you just block that out.
I think it's a thing that will probably never go away from you, and it's a realization within our lives as disabled people. I had the conversation the other day with someone that, you know, so I've got a visual impairment, which on face value people don't think, oh, you know, Sam's got visual impairment, but it's not that bad. But actually in sunlight I squint a lot. I always wear sunglasses. I can't see very well in busy areas, but I'm good at hiding it, right?
Yeah.
But I also know, so people don't think, well, not, I'm not even hiding it. I'm just trying to fit in, right?
Yeah.
But people think, don't make the assumption that, oh, you can't do normal things such as drive a car or such as read a bus number when it's coming towards you, right? So then you start to go, oh, actually, I understand that there's things I clearly can't do. And I think that's one thing that we have to do as disabled people go, there's some stuff that will restrict us, or not we can't do, it's just a different way of doing things. I found out the bus number by stopping the bus and asking the man. He's not very happy about it.
Yeah.
I get the bus number, right? But it's one of those things where we have to realize that it's a reality. Our disability is a reality, and all we can do is concentrate on ourselves, and what other people consider different and such like. It's up to them if they see it as a. I think it's fine for people to notice that it's different, because I think I am different. Obviously, if people are making stupid comments and rude comments, so on and so forth, I actually don't mind people asking me questions. I find it very relieving. I find it clears the air when people say, "Can you not see very well?" And I'm like, "Oh, actually, no, I can't." And and they go, "Oh, all right, okay." But you have to be just quite strong. I think you do have to be strong. And yeah, unfortunately, that is a part of being disabled. It is one of these things where we have to go. And as you get older, and I know as I got older anyway, I accepted my disability more. I accepted the fact that, I can't do this. And I actually asked for help more. And I used to probably go without a lot when I was a kid. And now I'd say, excuse me, could you help me read this, please? And so on and so forth, or I can't read very well, so on. But there are weird little things that you notice yourself doing as a disabled person just to fit in.
Yeah.
But I think they're inherent, like they're just automatic. And I think we just have to really be ourselves and sort of like acknowledge that we're disabled, but that's not all we are. You know what I mean? Like, you use a wheelchair. I can't see very well, but that's the same as like me not being able to grow hair on my head. It's just, it's a feature, but do you know what I mean? Like it's just what it is. But it is difficult, and it's many, many years since I was at school, and many years since anyone said a direct, very bad comment to me. But still, even in later life, I get people saying just stupid stuff, and you just have to be able to go swallow it down, move aside. And at some point the other day I got to an edge and said, look, stop it now. And they were like, okay, but you have to measure where your edge is on that. I wish I had a better answer for you on that one, but
it's just I've always just thinking about the future, especially going to like uni and even after that, because I sort of accept myself the minute, because at the school I'm at, everyone knows, everyone sees me every day, so everyone's fine with it. But you still get the odd person who makes the joke or says something, or just even going out in public, and I can tell people are saying stuff. Just how do you always conquer that? Or just get to a point where like oh, it's fine, I don't really care.
Yeah, I think it comes with probably age. I think obviously you're a younger man as well, and even I can remember myself, I was more conscious about myself. And actually, as time goes on, like some days I don't even look in the mirror anymore. like I could have food all over my face. I don't know. I'm not bothered. And as time goes on, you end up being less self-conscious anyway. And also, people as they mature generally start to be kinder to one another. So actually, young or kids and then young adults, they should sometimes be mean and not tamper their voices, but in 20 years, there probably will still be adults saying, oh, there's a chap in a wheelchair over there, but it will be more the fact of there's a chap in a wheelchair over there. I don't know how he got up to the 5th stand in the stadium. Then it will be, oh, look at the spectacle. You know what I mean? It'll be, people will acknowledge you, but not in a negative way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, I know. I just sort of ignore people now. I've just got to a point where like I just know if they're going to say something, I just have to ignore it, you know, especially my parents would tell me that, because I do get to a point sometimes, you know, where I'm like, I really want to lash out at them and say stuff, but then the other time, like, well, what's the point?
Yeah.
You know, they don't understand.
Sometimes it's your parents are telling you to ignore them, so I'd take their advice is to ignore them. But I've addressed people directly as well. You know, when I know that people have said, like, you know, why is that guy looking like squinting and this, that, and the other? I say, oh, you're just wondering about my eyesight, and you say, I just can't see very well. You know, just in the same sense as, oh, there's a guy in a wheelchair there. Oh, were you just talking about my wheelchair? Oh, it's actually quite a nice one. I got this 2 years ago. It's aluminium, blah, blah, blah. And, I don't walk because X, Y, and Z. That's normally, I think, the reason people talk about others isn't because they don't like the other person or it's a spectacle. It's actually because they're not comfortable themselves around that person.
Yeah.
But they're not comfortable in your presence because of them, not because of you. Because they haven't got the ability to look over the fact that you're in a wheelchair. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
because they would not be able to cope with that themselves. So I think it's a case of you have to temper that. Some people blank them, some people address them. I actually find children, very young children, very easy because they're so natural. What's wrong with your eyes? They say, oh, you can't see very well, and so on and so forth.
See, like when we're out somewhere, there's always one kid that always walks past and either, you know, points and says, oh, he's in a wheelchair and all. And I sort of just laugh it off because I know at the end of the day, they're just kids. They're just curious, you know. So, but then when it comes to people my age or older, I have a different perspective on it, you know, because I'm like, you know the right and wrong, you know, for asking or, you know, speaking about it.
But sometimes I think you have to just grade that yourself. Some people blank them, some people address them directly, you know. But you know, follow your parents' advice before mine, though, because I don't want them knocking on my door.
Oh yeah. So what's been like your biggest achievement in, you know, participating in judo?
So I've had some pretty big results, and most people say, "Oh, a Paralympic this and a Paralympic that, or a World Championship," and I don't necessarily. I kind of messed up a bit in London in the finals. I'd snapped my ACL in my leg and damaged all my knee a few times, so my preparation was really quite bad. But within my career and my ability, I should have won the event, and I lost. Partly due to a previous injury and not preparing properly, and partly just the match got away from me, really, right? So most people expect me to say, oh, this result, because it's a reasonably big result. But actually, as my career is finished, I realized that the results and the fighting in particular, the competing, I don't really remember it much. I don't really have many memories of it. I think my sort of biggest achievement is becoming a judoka, you know, like becoming not someone that does judo, like I am a judo player, you know, it wasn't thing I did, it was who I was. And being able to just sort of manage that and direct my life in a way in which actually I was in control of my life. I was doing something that I really wanted to do and I loved. And actually I was getting supported by the UK sport and so on and so forth to do it. And for me, that was just like, that was probably the big achievement looking back. And it was all the training I did and the friendships I made. And now I met my wife via judo, and I've got 2 kids with another one on the way with her. So I suppose that's definitely sort of from my sporting career, that's definitely my biggest achievement. But actually the results now, they seem a bit like a means to an end, because I just love training as well. I love pushing myself, and I really loved like crazy hard training, deep training. So I suppose it's just being able to be in a position. My biggest achievement is being able to be in a position to push myself as hard as I possibly could. The results come in, great. If they don't, they hurt at the time, but later on you kind of go, I'm still the same person, whether I got gold that day or silver. It don't matter, you know. But I would say focus on the good times you can have, and try to achieve them. Get some good mates, get a nice environment to train in. Go after that, because your mates and the environment will drive you to success.
Yeah,
You know, so, and that will be.
I agree with you. I'm very into my training. You know, sometimes I enjoy my training more than the actual, you know, playing itself, especially tennis. I love all my coach gives me really hard drills, but I love doing it because I know I can get better at the more I do it. You know, so I like a more intense workout or training than actually, you know, going and playing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, I think it's very common within performance as well. And the more performance you do, I think, well, for me anyway, and I know some of the judoka have been like this, that actually the early results are like a honeymoon period. And then you go into the sort of middle results where you're like, I'm doing well, I'm X, Y, and Z on the world ranking. And as your career sort of dwindles on, especially if you have a dip in performance, then results start becoming a relief. So you're like, oh, I'm relieved I won. And for me, I didn't feel as much joy at the end. I felt more relief. But I'd also built up pressure and pressure and pressure on myself, you know. So I found training so easily because there was no pressure on training, you know. So I actually really enjoyed that. And actually, I was just happy that I moved to a great place and, you know, I could surround myself with people that were also pushing themselves. So that was a big achievement. But I didn't realize at the time. I just thought the achievements were the results at the competitions, you know.
Yeah.
But little did I know, looking back. I'd love to be in your position again, starting out a career. You know?
No, that's what I love because, you know, for me, especially in the tennis, I'm still in that stage where I'm starting out. You know, I haven't really got that stage now, like all those other tennis players. You know, like Ben, who are competing non-stop. I'm still at that tiny stage where I can do whatever I want. You know, I can work on things that I love, things I hate, like serving. You know, but I don't have to worry about, you know, success just yet. You know, I still have that time to work on it, and then I can worry about all that.
Yeah, I think, and that's the thing. Like, concentrate on the things that you want to concentrate on, and the success will happen. Because at the end of the day, if you're not enjoying those little things that you have to do to be successful, if you're not enjoying them, then you probably won't be able to have the capacity to actually put so much effort into them that you'll win in the end. Do you know what I mean? Like, because actually, if you go in, oh, I've got to do my serving practice again today, you probably won't go in at 100%. You'll go in at 90. And over 10 sessions, that's one session missing. Do you know what I mean? And that all adds up to performance. One of the things I always say, right, and I sort of later in my career sort of said it, not always actually, it was sort of, I said it later, I think in an interview, and I thought, that makes sense. Every session counts, right? Whether it's a hardcore training session, whether it's a gym session, whether it's just mobility and stretching, or just like actually taking time out of the sport as a session. You know what I mean? It's funny because sometimes we classify relaxation as a session, you know, recovery as a session. I'm going for a walk. Every session counts, right? And emotionally tally them up, because every time you're working quite hard or doing what your coach has asked of you, then it all adds up. And if you're enjoying that training, it just becomes a huge bank of resources to like pull upon in the future, you know. So I'm glad you enjoy the training, because if you'd said the opposite, you got a lot of misery to get through.
Especially seeing like all three sports I play, I have those you know, 3 days a week, and I just enjoy, you know, just that feeling of, oh, I get to do training now, you know, at night or during the day. And I think really for me, in my position right now, if I was being hit with a lot of competitions all the time, I don't think I'd feel the same. It would just be more like constant pressure of, you know, oh, I have to go play this now, or I have to go and compete against these people.
Well, it's one thing as well, like, and it depends what age you are, but also it depends what sort of sport you're doing. But we generally within sport, the sort of, there was all myths in the past about 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours at something, you're fantastic. I'm pretty sure, like, I've done 10,000 hours walking in my life, and I'm probably no better than the person next to me who's done 5,000, right? So it's a little bit of a myth, those skill acquisition things, right? But with sport, I like the fact that you're not just doing one. Like,
Yeah.
so what we don't want is early specialization. And you're a little bit further down the path, but also you've got other complications because you do a fringe sport, and there's not that many people to compete against
Yeah.
and such like. But actually doing multiple sports, as I did as a teenager, you get so many transferable skills and abilities. From your basketball, all your turning in with the basketball
Mhm.
will have a direct impact on your turning with on the court when you're playing tennis. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
actually, you have to be careful that they don't go against each other.
Mhm.
But the fact that you're still sort of dipping your toe in other sports just allows you to have more friends, more social interaction, more opportunities to achieve, more opportunities to learn.
Mhm.
And when you're not under any pressure right now, I'd say it's a very, very, very good place to be.
Yeah.
And if for whatever reason it doesn't happen in tennis, you could also say, well, actually, might join a different team and have a go there, and this, that, and the
Yeah.
other. I think you're very wise to continue to do, 3. And if you do go more specialist down the road of tennis, maybe drop one of them. But try and keep other things in your life besides just the sport. I
Yeah.
got very focused like this on judo,
Mhm.
and after my career sort of started to come to an end, if I hadn't got my family and this other things going on, I would have been a little bit at a loss. So, I think it's very much wise to keep multi-sports going.
Yeah.
I was the same as a teenager. I did like swimming club on a X day, athletics the next day,
Mhm.
multi-sport and games the next day. I was
Yeah.
always in a club, so it's good.
I know. Yeah. That's what I love. I can't go a day without doing sports or doing something active. Because I also use crutches as well,
Mm-hmm.
and I always go and play football with my brother. It's
Mm-hmm.
just one of those things where it's like I can't not work out or do sports. It's sort of just in my system now where
Yeah,
if I don't do it, I'm going to feel like rubbish.
yeah. I think your brain will be telling you this thing. Sport, like anything that we enjoy, it's a little drug. We get a
Hmm.
sort of a boost from doing it. So
Yeah.
do it more. You know, uh, it takes a lot of effort for sport to become destructive. And if you
Yeah.
become a performance player, then your body starts to break down a little bit, and this, that, and the other. And maybe sport isn't as good for you as the adverts make out. But
Yeah.
actually, if you're doing loads of different sports and you're doing them for fun, keep doing that. Keep doing that.
Hmm.
It's good. It's good.
All right.
What else we
Just
got?
well, firstly, would you have any questions to ask me or anything?
Oh,
Sort of reverse it around here.
no, that's good. That's good. I like that. What are your aspirations within your tennis career, or sort of, let's say if it's not tennis, it's something else. Like what?
Yeah.
You're a very sporty person. I can tell you're driven. What
Hmm.
level do you want to get to? And I'll say
I think.
there's a double question here. One sec. Let me get through this
Yeah.
first. What
It's
level
okay.
would you like to get to? Right, because I quite like this question. I've done this with the judoka in the past. And
Yeah.
what level would you be satisfied with? Right. So if you had to walk away, what level would you be satisfied? So where would you like to be, and where would you be
Mhm.
satisfied with?
I think for the tennis in like the next coming years or so, if it works out, I would like to be in that position where where you're ranked in a system. I think I'd be satisfied if I was somewhere in between there,
Mhm.
or at a level where I know I'm not bad, but
Mhm.
I'm also not, like the very best. I'm sort of in
Mhm.
that in
Okay.
between place where like, I'm satisfied of how I play. I know I play well. I know I can succeed, in a lot of things. And I
Mhm.
think as well, I would like to participate more
Mm.
in, competitions like we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
over in England. So, and collect rewards, so at least
Okay.
I can look back and say, well, I may not be the number one, but I got to a place where I earned a lot,
Mhm.
and that's that satisfaction of knowing, I got to that place.
Mhm. Mhm. I think it's, yeah, from what I hear from you before, and you drive, there's no reason why that shouldn't happen. There's
Yeah,
risk involved. You potentially have to change your life and such like, but
yeah,
again, there's nothing wrong with having a go and then saying, this ain't for me.
yeah,
There's I think as sportsmen we put this thing on ourselves that things have to be successful. They don't. You know, and it's the faster we learn that, the faster we know we can walk away. It's so much easier to do the professional sport when you know tomorrow I could just walk away if I want, you know. And if you can keep in that position, it's great. But if you can get into that sort of realm of on the ranking list, talent development, let's say phase it is, there's no reason why you just can't keep plugging, put yourself in a good position, surround yourself with people that are strong and, you know, support you. Just keep plugging away and get yourself up that ranking list, you know. So if that's where you'd like to be, what's your lowest level of satisfaction?
Do you mean like somewhere where I'm not happy with?
Yeah, no. So for example, I would say in my early career, I know what one of my goals was. I wanted to be European, World, and Paralympic champion simultaneously. So it had to be all in one package. And I managed silver in the Paralympics, silver in the Worlds, and gold in Europe. So I missed off on 2 positions really, and it was disappointing, but that was my goal. What the bottom level of satisfaction was go to the Paralympics, get a medal. Do you know what I mean? So what would you least be satisfied with? It'd still be like, yeah, that's good. I'll walk away and be happy.
Well, I think sort of similar to you, and I think I had the same wish last year for the school games, which was, you know, win a lot in my singles and finish, you know, at the very top, you know, first, second, or third, and that'd be me. You know, obviously that didn't happen last year. It was obviously the doubles instead. You know, but it was still that satisfaction of, well, I walked away with the medal.
Right. Okay, that's good.
So, I think I'm sort of more that person. I have a few of them just sitting up there as well. But I think for me last year, even though I didn't hit, you know, even though we didn't beat the number 1 players in the finals, I think it was just more that satisfaction of, well, I got this medal here, and I can bring it home and I can wave it about, you know. So I think that's what hit me.
I think that's a healthy way to be, and I wasn't like that at all in my early career. I was just like, I need to win everything. But actually, as time moved on, and I think I most noticed it when I asked somebody else that question. So I asked somebody that was going for the Olympics, didn't get to the Olympics, but said, I want to represent GB at this like a judo tournament, a specific judo tournament, and they managed it, and they walked away in their career not being an Olympian, but saying, you know what, I got to that point. And even for myself, looking back, actually, if I'd sort of addressed this question myself, like actually, what's the bottom level of satisfaction? I way surpassed that in my career, but I hadn't even asked myself because I was obsessed with winning, you know, rather than, well, if I had to stop tomorrow because I got a brain injury, actually, I'd be perfectly happy with 1 Paralympic medal. You know what I mean? So it's a good question to have always in the back of your mind because it just relieves a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
You know, so, but what else? What else we got?
I think I just sort of, one last thing I've sort of got in my head is, what advice would you give me after, you know, us talking here as well and my experience last year, you know, for going ahead this year to this year's school games? Because obviously I'm going this year with 2 new people who are younger than me, you know, to play with me and stuff. And obviously I know the place around, but what advice would you give me, you know, going against? Because now I'm a lot more confident, you know, playing. I don't really have the nerves anymore, and I sort of know how, you know, to play my game.
Okay. What advice would I give you? All right. Well, I would say before the talk, you know, widely control the controllables. So everything that you can control, you can have an impact on it. So you can worry about it. You can make sure you've got your rackets with you. You make sure you've got your lucky pants with you if you need lucky pants or whatever it may be. I wouldn't ever recommend that because one day you'll forget your lucky pants and it's a thing that you can never satisfy, right? So, but whatever you can control, you can control. Remember everything else that you can't control. Don't get upset about it. Don't waste energy on it. I think going into tournaments, there's huge amounts of sort of energy just seeping out of athletes. Worry, stress. Athletes, judo players, we lose a lot of weight. So we're putting a lot of effort into that. And it's one of these things where if you can control it, you can have an impact on it. If you can't control it, don't put stress into it and effort into it, because it's effort that you could be putting into the ball in the next match, you know.
Yeah.
So I would definitely say that. I would say have clear objectives within the game, have clear objectives within each point. We call them in judo exchanges, but you know, a point, and just really focus on that. And again, if you win, remember to reflect. You know, that isn't just because you win. It's not a moment to put your racket down and go, oh yeah, I'm the best, and
Yeah.
so on and so forth. I don't need to learn, because we all need to learn. And you know, take the opportunity, whether you win or lose, to learn as much as you can. I don't know if you keep a training diary or sort of jotter with you, but
I have been the last couple of weeks, and I think that's one of the things I will do, especially getting to near time, is keep a clear, you know, like point thing of what I want and how I will do it.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't want to go over there like last year and be like, I've no idea what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
You know, I sort of want, and a drive to know, you know, what I want to do, and then that's it.
Yeah, I think that's, and like I said earlier, you can have little triggers to remember that, because you won't be able to have your notebook on the court. So it might be, right, get to your point, consider the match, right, what, you know, 30, 40 down or whatever it may be, consider what you're going to do, you know, have a little routine in your head, you know, and try to get that routine and your sort of technical points that you can work out with your coach aligned. If your routine doesn't give you space to think about what you're going to do in the next exchange or next point, sorry, then it's probably not a long enough routine, or maybe you need to bounce the ball a little bit, have a little. It's these things are perfect, like personal, very personal. And once you find your sort of little routine as to go, right, what do I want from the match? What do I want from this next sort of few points? What do I want from this literal point? Then you'll get much more concise. And I think athletes just, like professional athletes, just block out more and more of the stuff that they can't control and focus more and more on the stuff they can control. And you get more efficient and better at that. But things like notebooks will help you. But you may get to a point in which you actually think, well, I'm putting too much effort into this notebook, it's distracting me, you know. But you kind of have to find your own way, but at the same time use people around you to learn off and try different things. You know, like if you think, even if you're successful, well, this might work for me, have a go. And even sort of when you're not competing directly, you can sort of do practice matches where you potentially say, actually, we're going to play a full game here, so we're going to be here for 3 hours, or whatever you may be. You may be able to imitate these points to go, actually, I get nervous in the third set, so I'm going to play 2 sets and see what it feels like to go to the third set, and keep doing that. But you know, for this time in particular, keep your notebook, have clear goals, control what you can control, and let everything go past you that you can't control. And after which, try and keep learning and progressing as much as possible. But I think you've got a mature head on your shoulders, and you know, I think you're clearly focused on what you want to do and succeed.
It's all right. Thank you. I just needed a wee bit of, you know, advice, just because normally I'm the type that just goes, you know, head first, and then I end up, you know, swimming in the deep end where I'm like, oh no, I don't know what to do. I start panicking, and then I look around to my dad, who's, you know, coaching me, and then I look at my coach, and they're all sitting me like, well, I don't know what to do. You know, and then I'm sort of sitting there like, oh no, and then that's when my, you know, at the start we were talking about panicking. I start panicking. I'm like, oh, I can't do this. I'm gonna lose, you know.
So like I say, like I like a routine. And even if, let's say, you start doing a routine and it sends you in the wrong direction, at some point in your tennis career, you're going to have a routine. Do you know what I mean? So it's one of these things where it may not be perfect right now, but you're probably going to have a routine to do. And the more you can control your thoughts from going off that path, the better, I would say, you know. But I've been in exactly the same situation where you're like, I literally don't know. I've literally like held my hand up to my coach, like, like I don't know what to do. Help me. But sometimes, you know, I'm not by any means your coach or anything like that. But in judo, sometimes you have to go off the plan, especially if you can't see a route through. You know. You know, you've got a map in front of you and every way is blocked. Sometimes you just got to go off the track and walk around, sort of thing. So sometimes that works, but that's athlete creativity, and that's what we go back to earlier. Concentrate on the small points. You can do all the big stuff. You can do all that. Do you know what I mean? You can return a ball. You can do this. You can do that. Just like I can react if someone tries to throw me. Actually, I need to concentrate on tiny things of posture, and everything else comes into place.
Yeah.
You know, so it's it might be for you, concentrate on court position, and actually you can return any ball because the sort of wheeling and striking the ball is natural. Just concentrate on the court position. You know, I don't know what it is for you, but your coach will be able to work that out. But
no,
I'm confident that you're going to have a successful games.
That's all right. Thank you. Well, that's all I really have to speak about today.
Wow, so that's good. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
I didn't really know how it was going to be, and sort of you know what the rapport was going to be like, but I'm confident.
Oh yeah, I have one more thing. Sorry.
Go on.
Do you know about the people called backup? They're sort of like would you advise me to get into things, you know, like maybe a part-time job where I can talk to other people similar to me, you know, to give advice out? Like, would that be something that could help me, you know, at the stage I'm at now? You know, would that maybe be a good thing for me to do, you know, like influence and talk to other people?
Other people with disabilities, you mean?
Yeah, like would that be something maybe that could help me, you know, because then I'd be talking to other people about how my experiences.
Yeah, I think you were a lot more mature than I was at your age, basically. So it's strange for me to consider, like, oh, actually, this kid lad, because I don't think when I was your age, I would necessarily have the ability to do that. But you know, if you think that's something, if it will pay you, fantastic. A job with money in your pocket is always great. If you'll meet new people, great. If you can help people and get satisfaction from that, great as well, you know. So I don't think there's any reason for you to not take any job that you could potentially do. And if you'll get extra satisfaction from supporting others with disabilities, 100%, you know. But I also think that, you know, I think those of us with disabilities, and part of my sort of personal goal is to make inclusion genuinely inclusion. So eventually I'd like the word and everything about inclusion to disappear, because that's like saying, again, we need to include bald men in the world. I've never heard that, right? That's never been discussed. I've never seen that, or like had that thing at all. I'd like it to get to that point where there actually is no services for disabled people, because we're just people, you know. But I would say, I think that's a long way away, and a lot of work to be done before that point. But I would say, you know, just because you've got a disability as well, you don't have to get a job around your disability. If you want to, because you feel comfortable and you support others, great. But you can do what you want, you know, within reason. Because we spoke about that earlier. I'm not going to be a taxi driver anytime soon. You know, I'll see if anyone wants to drive. So, you know, I definitely think you would support other people, and if it's going to pay you and you'll get skill and ability and move forward, you can do anything though. It doesn't have to be that, you know. So, you know, take your time. It's okay to fail. When we win, and whether we win and we lose, is an opportunity to learn in terms of life as well as sport, you know. But one thing before I came on, actually, I thought I need to mention this is, I think as athletes, we definitely make time to train. You need to make time to socialize. You need to make time to be a normal person as best you can outside your sporting career. You know, you might not be able to have, you might be able to just, you're over 18, aren't you? But you might be able to have 3 pints instead of the 6 pints that your mates are having. But, you know, make sure that you make time to be away from sport as well, because I think it can become a bit encompassing. So just make sure as much as you plan your sessions in the gym, make sure you plan your cinema time and all that sort of stuff. You know, you need that personal time and space to breathe.
That's all right.
But no, well, good luck, man. And I'm very confident.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
See you later.
See you later, pal.
For those athletes taking part in the under-17 girls Heat 1, the range is now open for you to make your way over. Once again, the range is now open for the under-17 girls for Heat 1 this afternoon.
Right, it's live on YouTube. Yeah, that's all.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the School Games National Finals 2022. Usually this would be the Brockington cricket pitch, but this afternoon we have transformed it for the second part of today's Modern Pentathlon. It's day 2 of the School Games National Finals, taking place from the 1st to the 4th of September, the UK's biggest multi-sport event for young athletes, and this year providing plenty of opportunities for the young people both on and off of the field, thanks to a range of experiences including education, volunteering and competing at the event. Today for the Modern Pentathlon, it is our combined event, and after swimming this morning, our athletes will be taking part in the laser run, the under-17s and the under-19s in 4 separate races across this afternoon. The first of our races will be getting underway in a few minutes' time. We'll be starting with the under-17 race for the girls. 20 athletes in that. Their start times dictated by their performances in the pool a little bit earlier on today when they were swimming over in the Loughborough pool. Over the next 3 days, plenty of action as well as young people, young athletes from across the country come to represent their sports, their area and themselves in Modern Pentathlon. 3 of the 5 sports that we see in the Modern Pentathlon in the Olympic Games themselves. So the first race that we will have this afternoon here on the Brockington cricket pitch is going to be the under-17 girls. The numbers from this morning's swimming session have changed now, and their bib numbers represent the order in which the athletes will be leaving the start line and making their sprints for the first 4 shooting sessions this afternoon. The order in which they will be going today, wearing number 1 is Bianca Gomez-Velasco. Wearing number 2 is Emily Palmer. In 3 is Emma Jupp. Wearing number 4 is Evie Hendrick. Wearing 5 is Evie O'Connell. In 6 is Tegan Welsh. In 7 is Connie Frick. Wearing number 8 is Annabelle Suffield. Wearing 9 is Ellis Rochford. In 10 is Lily Mae Lancaster Evans. Wearing 11 is Evie Howe. Number 12 is Daisy Hassel. Number 13 is Jessica Bolton. Wearing 14 is Adele Ellaby. 15 is Bea Kinner. Number 16 is Innie Edwards. Wearing 17 is Isabel Whittle. Number 18 is Jessica Evans. Number 19 is Emily Oliver. And and number 20 is Sarah McAllister. They will be the 20 athletes competing in our under 17 girls laser race, our first of the 4 events this afternoon. Once again, they'll be staggering their start depending on how they did in this morning's swimming. So Bianca Gomez-Velasco will be starting first, Emily Carmen and Emma Jutt will be starting 15 seconds behind, so on based on those times earlier on. So a quick reminder of the format and the race that we've got here at Loughborough University for this year's School Games National Final 2022. Our athletes will be starting a short distance away from the shooting range and then making their way over. Number 1 will be going to the far side of the range, while number 20 will be firing from the side closest to us. Then they'll be making their way for 4 lots of 600 metres of shooting in between. It's a 300 metre lap here on Rockington Cricket Pitch, so it'll be 2 laps that they will run between each of their shooting opportunities, and then it's a race to the finish line. Of course, with the swim dictating the start times earlier on, it will be the first athlete across the line who will be taking the gold medal a little bit later on this afternoon, or will present our School Game National Final Champions for 2020. And a reminder for all of you that are here at Loughborough University, and for those of you that are watching on YouTube at home via the live stream, I'd love to get social and interactive with all of you this afternoon. So you can find us on social media. On Twitter it's @_schoolgames, and on Instagram @schoolgames as well. And send up your photos, your stories, your messages of support if you are here or at home, as we see our athletes racing and trying their best to perform the best and to win themselves a gold medal today. Of course, as we said, there's 3 days of action here on Modern Pentathlon as well, so not only today are we doing a combined event, but there's plenty more laser runs tomorrow morning and on Sunday morning as well. Plenty of opportunities for our young athletes to grab themselves a medal and to show just how fantastic they have been across this season, the pinnacle of their racing year. So as we can see, our 20 athletes for the under-17 girls are lining up and preparing for the start of this race, which will be getting underway very, very soon. There's our brilliant officials who have been working tirelessly this morning to prepare the course and ensure that everything is above board and fair play, are talking to our athletes alongside the volunteers and event teams here who have put so much into making sure that these 3 days go swimmingly and giving our athletes the best opportunities they can. Just mere moments to go, the start of this one, as we said, it's the under-17 girls race this morning, the first of 4 this afternoon to find our School Games champions for 2022. The final checks and briefings are put in place to make sure that everyone knows exactly what they're doing. That course, once again, they'll start from the start line over to the shooting range, and then it's a run and gun, 4 different legs each time, 600 metres, 2 laps of the 300 metre course that has been pegged out and flagged here at Rockington Cricket Pitch. It's a slightly colder afternoon today, cloudy as well here in Loughborough, but not bad conditions for our athletes to be running in. Particularly after the heat waves we had last month, it's good to see a little bit more cool weather for these young athletes. And we're underway with the under-17s girls. Laser on as part of the combined event. It is Bianca Gomez-Velasco, who wearing number 1 was fastest in the pool this morning, who's starting the race first. She's over to the first of our bays. Straight behind, 15 seconds later, Emily Carmen and Emma Jupp are off. Both of those two starting 15 seconds behind our leader after the swim this morning. So with the shooting, there are 5 targets with the laser pistols that our athletes are using. The aim is to get, as we see Bianca Gomez-Velasco moving on, to get 5 greens, so 5 successful shots, or 50 seconds, whichever of those are managed first. That is when our athletes can move on to the running course. That's a good successful shooting actually from our under 17 athletes as they make their way through. Already with number 14, Adele Ellaby, starting a minute 4 seconds behind our leader, as Bia Keener and Amy Edwards start very soon behind. As Jessica Evans starts, she's number 18. We've got Bianca Gomez-Velasco, our leader at the beginning of this event, already finishing her first of the 2 laps on the first running session. Emily Carmen down to third now, ahead of Emma Jupp, who's managed to add a few seconds ahead of the athlete that she started alongside at the beginning of this under 17s race. All of our athletes now onto the course, either in the range for their first shoots or on for the first running section. And support from friends and family, from team members, coaches, team managers, all of that here today at Loughborough University. As all the preparations have come to what is a big event for these young athletes. So already our first 3 starters are making their way back towards the run. It is still Bianca Gomez-Velasco. That 15-second lead has been eaten up by Emily Carmen and Emma Jupp, who are directly behind her. The front 3 now, a couple of seconds between. Edie Pendris started 4th, still in 4th as well, making her way round. She's running and competing for Seoul teams today, the under 17s. But a quick and successful shoot for Bianca Gomez-Velasco, remaining in first at this moment in time. She's off again for her second run leg on this under 17 final. And a good shoot as well there from Imi as well. Imi Edwards is making away. So a change in the lead as Emily Carmen comes around and starts the second of her 2 laps for this second leg. She's now a few seconds ahead of Bianca Gomez-Velasco, starting first. Early on, Emma Jupp still with Bianca as they make their way onto the second lap. All of the 20 athletes out there, some brilliant running performances, considering that pace and with the focus that they need to take them through this quite long laser run distance. But as we've got here at the School Games National Finals, thinking about those 7 School Games values, the determination definitely there and the passion for all of these athletes to try their very best this afternoon. And the teamwork, not only from the team managers on the side, but even from the athletes themselves, cheering on their teammates as they make their way around. So it's Emily Carman who makes her way in first for the next shooting stint. A few seconds ahead of Emma Jupp, who is wearing bib number 3, but comes in second place now. Our original race leader, Bianca Gomez-Valeska, now down a little bit behind the others. And as always with the Modern Pentathlon, it's brilliant to see how each of the young athletes shine in different areas of the disciplines. Some brilliant swimming this morning, but also some excellent running this afternoon, and some sharp shooting as well, which is helping to move those athletes up into the higher positions as we combine those two parts of today's race as well. So once again, this is the under-17 girls combined event. The swim times this morning dictating their starting order. It's a laser run this afternoon. 4 lengths of 600 metres are being run between the shooting. And with all 20 of our athletes in this event starting within a minute and a half of each other from the start line today, some brilliant performances in pushing up and closing those gaps. The gaps changing all the time between our athletes this afternoon as they consider the pace, as they're thinking about pushing at different times. There'll be some sprints at the end, but also just having that mental advantage of being in front and overtaking one of your opponents in this all helps in that drive and determination to push as far as you can to win that gold medal this afternoon. As Emily Carman once again makes her way into the shooting range. With Emma Jupp not far behind, really pushing at the front of this laser race this afternoon. And it's always this part of the race towards the end of it where we can see that energy levels are dipping, but they are digging deep to get every single second out of their run that they can. The support from the team managers, their teammates on the side, around the cricket pitch here at Loughborough University, and friends and family as well, supporting them on, winning them on, trying to give that extra little ounce of energy that they need.
Problem. That's the start, that's the finish, so they're just going to keep talking over.
They're just going to keep, yeah.
I'm not sure they're going to listen to what I say.
Yeah.
And again, it must be said, some excellent shooting this afternoon, some brilliant performances on the range, plenty of 5 green lights moving off weight for 50 seconds. The speed and accuracy essential to have a good run in this laser run. And over on the finish line, we can see our first finisher and the winner of our under-17 girls event. It is Emily Carman for the Tudors under-17. Some sprint finishes. And very, very close between Lily Mae Lancaster Evans and Evie Powell as well. That will be very tight on those at the end. It'll be interesting to see who's got silver and bronze between those three at the end. Some great sportsmanship. High fives and fist bumps for the finishers as they rest and recover at the end of a tremendous laser run this afternoon. But still 17 of them out on the course, pushing themselves as hard as they can. As Evie O'Connell makes her way over the line, Emma Jupp. And a brilliant performance from Isabel Whittle as well. Representing the Tudors under-17s. Jessica Fulton makes her way over the line. As does Evie Penderis as well. And Bianca Gomez-Velasco, who started very well at a very impressive time in the pool this morning, 15 seconds ahead of her competitors, comes across the line. A brilliant effort from her this afternoon. And it's great to see the congratulations again for the team managers, the teammates, the friends and family, and the volunteers that are all here today at Loughborough University as part of the school games, national finals, a big event for these athletes. And every single one of those athletes, tired and exhausted, being applauded over the line and cheered and wheeled across. As Emily Oliver makes her way over the line at the end of her laser run. Connie Frith wheeled on by her teammates and team managers. As Sarah McAllister makes her way over the line, she was the last one to start, but has made up some good ground this afternoon. Made up plenty of places over her opponents. And showed that real fire and fight to make her way across the line this afternoon. So as always at the school games, national finals, with the core values of teamwork, let's make sure that we applaud and cheer every single one of our athletes over the line as our final few make their way across to the very end. Using their last little bits of energy to get across the line and even manage a smile with their performance today. As Tegan Walsh makes her way across the line. Congratulations to all of our athletes in the under-17 girls combined. And we can see that even through the exhaustion, the smiles on the faces of our athletes, with the pride of their achievement, the self-belief that they can do it, and the brilliant performances across all 20 of them. The next event coming up a little bit later is the under-17 boys combined event final, the laser run for that, again after the swim this morning. So a couple of notices here at the Modern Pentathlon. First of all, if we can remind all athletes to make their way straight to the pavilion and not make their way into the spectator area, as is part of the rules in this afternoon's competition. So once again, making sure athletes are not entering the spectator areas. Also, we've got a brilliant opportunity as part of this year's focus on athletes' well-being and young person well-being here at the Tour Games National Final. There's an opportunity for a performance parents session all about well-being tonight between 6 and 7. Parents of our young athletes are welcome to attend that. It's happening over at the John Beckworth Centre, and if you've got any questions and want to find out more on how you can attend that, then Alistair is over by the pavilion wearing turquoise and is part of the athlete mentor team. He will be there to help you find out what is going on this evening between 6 and 7. And that is one of the big focuses here at the School Games National Finals this year, not just celebrating the fantastic sport and the legacy, of course, of Birmingham 2022, which is where some of our funding has come from this year. The National Lottery funding for Sport England is part of that legacy investment. But it is also about ensuring the well-being of our young people, not just through sport, but in everyday life as well. So there are some brilliant workshops, not only for our young athletes.
Hiya. Okay, my name is Oscar Kelly. I compete for Great Britain in Triathlon in the visually impaired category. I competed in the 2018 School Games as well as the 2022 Commonwealth Games for Team England.
Hi, my name is Lily May Lancaster Evans. I'm 13 years old and I train in Modern Pentathlon. I compete in laser run, fencing and swimming. I started in the sport when I was 8 months. My friend wanted to go to the training session and she wanted someone to go with, and I loved the session so much that I joined the club and carried on with the sport. Just a year later I qualified for the World Championships in Egypt and got 2 silver medals and a bronze medal. I have since competed in an international competition in Madeira, the European Biathlon and Triathlon Championships in Germany, the European Laser Run Championships in Weiden, Germany, and at the World Laser Run Championships in Budapest. Last year I was lucky enough to compete in the School Games for Laser Run. Since then I've continued to train and compete this year. I became the Under 15 Laser Run Champion and Under 15 Tetrathlon Champion.
Oh, I feel like you should be the mentor.
What inspired you to first get involved in your sport and how did it feel competing in the Nationals finals?
That's a tough one. So got a funny story about that. I was banned from cycling to school because of my visual impairment and some not so good cycling skills. And so I took cycling up recreationally outside of school on closed course stuff and a bit of velodrome work. And I met a really good friend of mine who also competed in the School Games alongside me in 2018. And him and his mum was sort of like, well, here's triathlon, if you want to try it out. And I was like, well, I'll get bored of cycling eventually. And so I was like, I'd try out some duathlon stuff, which is running and cycling. I did all right at that against able-bodied athletes, so I sort of learned how to swim. And then from there I got picked up by the British Pathway, and they've really pushed on some of those young athletes to try and develop us. And the first year that triathlon was in School Games, I was lucky enough to compete.
Yeah. What is your biggest sporting or personal achievement?
I think it's got to be Commonwealth Games. It's pretty recent. It's a bit of a tough one, a bit of heartbreak. Fortunately, we didn't get the result we wanted. But we got 2 punches on the bike, which is very unfortunate. But we finished and finished 5th, which is for most people a good result. But I went there to win something, so you're never happy unless you medal. But that's still just that was a crazy experience. Like a jump up from doing world championship stuff, so that was just amazing. And you have nothing close to a games event, and then to do a home games as well. It's just a dream, really.
Yeah. What is something you're passionate about outside of sport, and why are you proud of it?
Sleeping, if I'm honest. Just trying to get trying to take a step away from sport. So I've got a dog called Storm, and I guess maybe him. But I don't really do much other than sport. It's probably unhealthy obsession, but it is what it is.
Yeah. What's your favourite sport out of the three?
Oh, that's a good one. It generally changes, and it changes depending on what I'm doing best in at the time. I've got to a point where I enjoy swimming now, which is always good. But I didn't enjoy swimming for a long time. But I think it's got to be running. Running's probably my favourite, because if I'm feeling a bit down, or I don't want to do some training, I go for a little jog, and I'll be straight back in the zone. And there's nothing like running quick. Running quick's really fun.
Yeah. How do you block out negative comments and messages that you receive on social media?
Block them. Usually block them, or I've been fortunate not to get tons of negative comments, but I'm like, most of the time I'm usually just like, who do you think you are? Like, why would you say that, first of all? But just what gives you the authority to say that to me, and you don't know me? So and then go down the normal routes of blocking and ignoring people, because it's not your fault they've got a problem with you.
How do you deal with loss or disappointment, both within and outside of sporting events?
That's a hard one. I'm fortunate enough that because I'm a visually impaired athlete, I race with a guide, and triathlon's usually an individual sport, but because I race with a guide, it's sort of more like a team sport for me, and because of that, I can sort of get a bit of support from him, and I can give support back. And we've got a surrounding team around us all the time, the other athletes, and the majority of them will know what it's like to have a race that doesn't go your way. It's very unusual. You get a race that everything goes how you want it to go, but it's part of the sport, and it's something you definitely got to learn. And I think definitely as a younger athlete, it's a lot harder to learn without having those races.
How do you get focused ahead of competing in a major sporting event?
So I've run through probably what I did before commies, because I had an amazing race at the end of the day, and it started off with getting down onto race site, and then it sounds funny, like I went through registration and everything. I got down super early, and I just had a little nap. I was like, you know what, I'm going to chill out, get some tunes going. I sort of just had a little nap for half an hour before setting up all my transition and everything, and doing all my warm-ups, and it got me in the zone. We have something called a dry rope, which is basically like a massive hoodie, and so I had that on and headphones in, try and block out the crowds a bit when I went for my swim warm-up and everything. But just sort of stayed very chill, got a vibe going with the music, and laughing around with Charlie, and just sort of kept it light, I guess. And then when it came down to getting onto that pontoon, 2 minutes to go, and the guys in front of us went off, and then you get in the water, and that's when I really focused. I looked at Charlie and I was like, this is what we've been training for, this is what we're doing, stick to the plan. And did stick to the plan, but that first bit was really good. And that for me, not focusing all day, only focusing that last few minutes before racing really helps when things do go off course like they did in that race. And I had the mental strength and I wasn't too tired out just to go, all right, this has happened, we've got to move on, what are we going to do, and push through.
Yeah. What inspired you to first get involved with the sport?
It's probably more that I'm not really good at it. Like, I'm not really that good at anything else. I'm like, I've got to be good at something. And I wasn't the sporty kid when I was growing up. I'm very much that kid that was picked last for all sports stuff, especially if it required a ball. I was not. I could run, but that was about it. And but I just sort of thought, you know what, I'll give it a go. I enjoy cycling. You know, what's the worst can happen? I can take part. I can do a couple of achievements. Like, you usually get a bit of street cred saying you're a triathlete, as it is. And you know, it sort of just went from there, and it's really changed my life. And you told me, I think when I started, you told me 6 or 7 years ago that I'd have competed at the level that I have. I would have told you you're crazy, but I'm also thankful that I gave it a go.
Yeah. What direction do you see your career moving in the next 5 years?
Oh, next 5 years. So late this year, go back to World Champs and hopefully redeem our crash last year. I have a bit of a thing going with big events and either crashing or get mechanical failures. But hoping to go back to World Champs and do well there. And then get on UK sport funding is the next big plan. But then it's really locking in and trying to qualify for Paris Paralympics and medal in there. At the end of the day, that's what we do the sport for. We do the sport not to compete. We do the sport to win. Inside. And then from there, it's hopefully next Commonwealth Games, paratriathlon, my category in paratriathlon still in there, hopefully, and it'd be trying to redeem ourselves there as well, and win lots of medals in the meantime.
If you had to do any sport other than triathlon, what sport would you do?
Oh, I don't know. There's some pretty cool stuff. It depends if I still have my visual impairment. If I didn't, then I'd probably do some motor racing, or I've done quite a lot of sort of whitewater kayaking for fun, and that's also pretty awesome. But I'm now quite limited in what I can do. So one of the two there. If I still have my impairment, I'd probably like track athletics or something like that. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. How are you able to juggle having a social life alongside the intensity of training for your sport?
That's a hard one. That's something else I think you got to learn as an athlete. You know, you've got, especially a young athlete, you've got to be able to go to your friends, go, no, I've got to go and do training. I've got to go do this, or I've got to get my homework done so I can go to training later or whatever, depending on what your arrangement is with your parents. But then again, it's really important to have a social life, because if you don't, things can go sideways, and mental health is really, really important at the end of the day. And so, yeah, I try and make sure I've got, don't want to call them appointments, but time slots when I've got like going out with a friend each day or something, making sure I'm not just sat in my flat, or I'm talking to, say, a friend that doesn't live close enough to me on the phone or something, like really making time to make that effort to see someone every day, because it is really important, no matter how sociable you are in the first place. Like, I think it's something really important to try and learn.
Yeah. What inspired you to how did it feel competing in the national environments?
It was a really cool experience, actually. So we have something called a blue carpet race, which is basically it's usually an international race they whip out the blue carpets in transition, and it's just something to add to the fact, not only the visual factor, but like even on the foot, it just feels different. And they did really cool stuff where they got blue carpet out, and it was a really cool experience for a lot of young triathletes, not only us as para triathletes, but they had all the able-bodied lot, and it was a cool experience for them. And it was pretty close to like a communist environment in terms of actually a combined games environment. Sort of, you got to see loads of other sports being around, and for us, we got to be alongside the able-bodied athletes, and it was really the first step to go, this is really cool. This isn't just doing a race around the lake. This is like proper cool stuff, and we've got like little plaques and everything saying our names. And yeah, it's quite specific to triathlon, but it gave a very professional feeling to a sport, and sort of going, no, this is something we want to do. And it was something I was super proud of competing in for a long time.
Yeah. What would your favourite country to compete in be?
So what was that?
What would your favourite country to compete in be?
The UK. What do you mean? Do you mean racing or race sport? Yeah. Okay, like, racing. I don't know. That was my favourite one so far. Has probably been. Oh, I don't know. I'm a bit weird. I like a wet race. So actually, racing in the UK works pretty well for me. But Canada was pretty fun as well. Canada was a cool place to race in. But I honestly quite like racing in the UK. It's I don't have to travel. That saves a lot of stress. I don't know. It'd have to be something really with good views though, if it was to travel.
Yeah. In your opinion, would weather conditions affect your race?
Yeah, massively. So yeah, if it's windy, then water's generally choppier. So we swim open water. So even if it's a lake or sea or whatever, that gets choppy. That'll really change who swims quicker, who swims slower. And then like a wet bike will generally be slower. That's questionable. Me and my guy Charlie generally just do the exact same thing and do pretty similar times because it's something that we enjoy a bit more. It's something he's used to racing in. It's something that I'm used to racing in. And then the run, it doesn't really matter, if I'm honest. But yeah, no, it can probably slow a race down by a good minute for some people. So and it's just the mental factor as well. I guess, especially for those athletes that are, say, Spanish athletes that aren't quite used to the rain as much, or something like that, where you've got people more used to it a bit used to it. But then again, if it's too cold, then we can't race, then we can't swim. So that's our races get changed to a triathlon there, and there's quite a lot there and trying to keep warm.
Yeah. What sort of training would you do in a day?
In a day, unfortunately, quite a bit. So triathlons, because we've got 3 sports, we've got to train 3 disciplines, and it also just means we generally have more volume than pretty much any sport. I'm fortunate that I don't do Ironman distance, which is ridiculously long, and so I don't have to do super crazy hours. But I generally do at least 2, if not 3, training sessions a day. Usually, I swim 5 times a week, run 3 or 4 times, and cycle everything in between, plus a couple of gym sessions. So it really just depends what the day is. For example, today is Monday. I've just got a cycle and a swim, pretty easy day. But tomorrow I'd have a hard swim, gym, and a hard run, which is when you start questioning why you do the sport.
Which competition are you most proud of?
I think early career we've got to be school games. I didn't necessarily do as well as I wanted there as well, but it was my first sort of sense that I need to start training. And because you're around people that you knew already, well, for at least us, we've got quite a tight community, and got a bit of pride for racing from where you're from, and yeah, and then it's got to be an early international career would have been world champs last year. Pretty proud of that, how we handled the situation that we got put in, and then just got to be commies again this season. You know, it's keep on going back to it, but it's crazy and racing against in front of a home crowd, and it's just
competing across 4 days of sports here at Loughborough University. I was lucky to be over at the triathlon yesterday to kick off the whole event this year, and it's brilliant to see the performances of these young athletes. Now, this is the under-17 boys laser run, 18 athletes in this, and this is the start list. Starting first, the quickest swimmer earlier today, wearing number 1, is Zach Cooper. In 2 is Thomas Johnson. Wearing 3 is Jacob Headley. In 4 is Jared McGrady. Wearing 5 is Oliver Tomlinson. In 6 is Gordon Ballantyne. Number 7 is Stefan Charita. Wearing 8 is Dylan Robbins. Wearing 9 is Ruben Corley. In 10 is Archie Harding. Wearing number 11 is Toby Aberdeen. Starting 12th is Joshua Duncan. In 13th is Alex Aris. Wearing 14 is Zinzan Sargent. Wearing 15 is Jack Wallace. 16 is Finn Bryce. 17 is Ewan McKittrick. And number 18 is Finley McKay. Those are our 18 athletes in this under-17 boys laser run. It's Zach Cooper with the fastest swim time earlier on, who will be starting first. Very impressive time in the pool earlier on of 2 minutes 9 seconds at 0.79. In fact, he'll be starting 31 seconds ahead of the second place Thomas Johnson after this morning's swim. And all 18 of our athletes will be heading off within a minute and a half of each other, as we had with the under-17 girls a little earlier on. So once again, the course is a short run to the shooting range before we then have the run and gun section of the laser run. 4 600-metre runs with shoots in between before they make their way back to the start line. And it is with that that we are off. Zach Cooper makes his way from the start line and starts off our under-17 boys laser run this afternoon as part of the combined event. Day 1 of our 3-day action here on the Modern Pentathlon. Straight over to the shooting. And with that 31-second head start ahead of Thomas Johnson, who's waiting at the line to get underway, we'll see what sort of gap Zach can maintain or stretch as he gets all 5 greens and makes his way off. As Thomas Johnson and Jacob Headley just a second behind. And a big flurry now as another 6 athletes make their way over to the shooting range. And once again cheered on by team managers, teammates, friends and family here at Loughborough University. Some brilliant shooting from Jacob Headley. He is away nice and quick. 5 green lights as well for Thomas Johnson, who's competing for Knights this afternoon, Knights under-17s. As Archie Harding and Toby Aberdeen make their way off the start line, bibs 11 and 12. And already Zach Cooper finishing off the first of his 2 laps for this first running stint. Off the start line, number 15, Jack Wallace makes his way off, as do our final 3 starters. Finn Bryce, Ewan McKittrick and Finley McKay make their way over to base 16, 17 and 18 on the shoot. So a strong swim from Zach Cooper this morning, but that 31-second gap has closed slightly. It's now Jacob Headley who's in second, overtaking Thomas Johnson as part of this first run leg. As you can see already at the early part of this laser on how much these young athletes want to be on the podium this afternoon in this combined event. As Zach Cooper makes his way back in for his second shoot. And not far behind him is Jacob Headley making his way in as well. And Thomas Johnson as well, our first three finishers now into the shoot. And it's very close with our top three when it comes to the shooting on the range. All three of our first three away, and incredibly close between them. The shooting really proving today that it can change this event, it can change the outcomes of the race with that steady hand and close eye. As Alex Aris and Jack Wallace have sometimes made their way into the shoot, wearing 13 and 15 this afternoon. Already a couple of places made up by both of them on the run, which is great to see. So our first three are coming to the end of the first lap for this running leg. It's now Thomas Johnson who is ahead. Zach Cooper neck and neck with Jacob Headley, who has gone for an overtake and moves himself into second place. But all three of them, I'm sure, thinking about the long game, thinking about when to push. But from all 18 of our athletes here at the School Games National Finals, everything being given in this combined event over today, the swim, the run and the shoot as part of this combined event. Some outstanding performances from these athletes as well. So it's still Thomas Johnson who is leading the way at the moment as he makes his way back into the shooting range. Jacob Headley has closed up some ground on that last running leg and is now just a few seconds behind. Great performance for Ruben Cowley as well. Thomas Johnson great on the shoot there. 5 green lights and away a few seconds after Jacob Headley. That's Ruben Cowley there, great result on the shoot there for him as well, 5 greens. And it's got to be said, the speed of these young athletes this afternoon as well, they are really pushing their way with this one. But some great times as a little bit of drizzle starts to fall here at Loughborough University. The grey clouds that have been hanging overhead throughout the day and keeping it cool here on the cricket pitch has now led to a little bit of rain. So this will be something to look for as the race continues, not just this laser run, but the under-19s that we have later on this afternoon. Some strong family support from friends and family and spectators here, which is absolutely fantastic to see. So Thomas Johnson makes his way into the last chute on his run. Very close behind is Jacob Headley. The two of them been battling throughout this under-17 final this afternoon. Now it's Thomas Johnson who's away first. Very accurate quick shoot from him as he goes on to the fourth of his 600 metre runs, the final one. As Zach Cooper makes his way, he was the leader at the beginning of this competition, 31 seconds ahead start after the swim this morning. He's made his way now into the shooting range for his fourth and final. As our athletes come towards the end of the race, the atmosphere here at the cricket pitch slowly increasing as the team managers willing on their teams, the friends and family trying to get every last ounce of energy out of them and eat up every second on the run. Jacob Headley starts his final lap of the run. You can hear as he comes past the exhaustion, but he is not giving up yet. That determination to perform his best today and ensure a medal is there in every breath. And as the officials make their way over to the finish line, we can see that we are very close to having our gold medalist in this afternoon's final. And it is going to be Thomas Johnson for Knights, who comes across the line first. A strong performance from him. Starting 31 seconds behind the leader. In second it will be Jacob Headley who makes his way through. Brilliant sportsmanship from the two of them after they finish. And a great battle between the two of them, neck and neck at some of the shooting ranges. But it was Thomas that made it through. Who will be taking the bronze though? Who will be coming third in this one? An impressive performance from Ruben Coley, who finishes after starting 51 seconds down on the leader. He manages to come through in third. In fourth it's going to be Dylan Robbins who comes over the line. And Stefan Charita, who rounds out our top five. Still 13 athletes out on the track. We've still got those in the chutes and those running as well. As Zinzan Sargent heads, Zach Cooper who comes across the line. Zach started first for us this afternoon. A brilliant swim from him as a sprint finish comes in from Archie Harding, leaving every single bit of energy out there on the laser run this afternoon. That was a brilliant finish from him. And Jack Wallace, who made up lots of places in his run today. Once again, great to see the brilliant teamwork and the support of the athletes as they come across the line at the end of the laser run this afternoon. And the determination of those still out on the course. Let's make sure we are still supporting those athletes who are out there and winning every single one of them across the line this afternoon. At the end of what's been a long day with the swim and the laser run now too. Gerard McGrady running for the line. A strong sprint from him to finish off a great race. And Oliver Tomlinson as well making his way to the finish as the rain starts to fall a little heavier now here at Loughborough University. The boys managing to avoid the worst of it as we go through this afternoon. Alex Harris makes his way across the line. As our last few athletes make their way towards the finish line. And applause rings out across the cricket pitch here at Loughborough University as we bring every single one of them home. Gordon Ballantyne finishing then. Finley McKay coming across the line, one of the three that started a minute and a half after the others. Joshua Duncan comes across after a brilliant race. And Ewan McKittrick, who is making his way around on the lap, and it's great to hear the shouts from the other athletes, from the friends and family, the team managers, the coaches, everybody here willing Ewan on. The cheers and the applause from the other finishers. And this is where that passion comes in. We've been talking about those values. The passion to get to the finish no matter what, and to make his way across the line. Number 17, the bib number for Ewan McKittrick, who puts on a brilliant sprint to make his way across the line. And to finish our under 17 boys laser run this afternoon. Brilliant performance from all 18 of our athletes. Congratulations to all of them. The presentation for our medalists coming up a little bit later on. The brilliant performances of those at the end of a long day with a combined event. Our next event this afternoon will be the girls under 19 laser run for the combined event, which will be coming up in around 40 minutes time. But in the meantime, once again, congratulations to our under 17 boys, not only for some brilliant performances, but for that teamwork and self-belief that we have seen here as part of the School Games National Finals 2022 at Loughborough University.
People are more used to it a bit used to it. But then again, if it's too cold, then we can't race, then we can't swim. So that's our races get changed to a triathlon there, and there's quite a lot there and trying to keep warm.
Yeah. What sort of training would you do in a day?
In a day, unfortunately, quite a bit. So triathlons, because we've got 3 sports, we've got to train 3 disciplines, and it also just means we generally have more volume than pretty much any sport. I'm fortunate that I don't do Ironman distance, which is ridiculously long, and so I don't have to do super crazy hours. But I generally do at least 2, if not 3 training sessions a day. Usually, like I pretty much I swim 5 times a week, run 3 or 4 times, and cycle everything in between, plus a couple of gym sessions. So it really just depends what the day is. For example, today is Monday. I've just got a cycle and a swim, pretty easy day. But tomorrow I'd have a hard swim, gym, and a hard run, which is when you start questioning why you do the sport.
Which competition are you most proud of?
I think early career we've got to be School Games. I didn't necessarily do as well as I wanted there as well, but it was my first sort of sense that I need to start training, and because you're around people that you knew already, well, for at least us, we've got quite a tight community, and got a bit of pride for racing from where you're from, and yeah, and then it's got to be. And early international career would have been world champs last year. Pretty proud of that, how we handled the situation that we got put in, and then just got to be commies again this season. It's keep on going back to it, but it's crazy and racing against in front of a home crowd, and it's just I don't know, it's an amazing experience. And no matter where you come away from races, like there's just some races where you're just proud of what you've done, proud of how you handled yourself and how you've represented your country.
Yeah. What competitions are you looking forward to competing in?
Paralympics, hopefully. Paralympics, commies again, and many more races in between. I don't think there's really too many extra steps that I can go without guess it's more results and competitions, but I'm hoping to be around for a while, so like 3 or 4 Paralympics would be nice.
Yeah. How would you balance your diet each day, like what you eat and stuff?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, it's important to get a balanced diet. I'm not a very good example. It's something that I try to work towards. We all have our flaws, and for me, it's nutrition. But we basically usually get told eat as much as you can, because we do a lot of training, and there's you got to fuel it. So different sports, you'll have different suggestions from coaches, from nutritionists, and we get told have a balanced diet, but as much carbs, as much protein as you can get in. How frequently you get protein post sessions, during sessions. There's a lot that goes into it, and yeah, I've not mastered it at all yet. Unfortunately, it's a work in progress.
Yeah. Who inspires you to do sport, like people who do sport or out of sport?
I don't know. I train in a really good training group. So I train with 4-time world champion Dave Ellis, who races my category and completely destroys me every single day. So it's sort of an inspiration, but also a nice little challenge for me. But I'm based in Loughborough. There's so many amazing athletes here, and just even like other athletes I train with who have had such hard times with how they've become a para athlete, or injuries and stuff, and like their will to continue to keep on going through rehab, or to have got up and gone, no, you know what, this isn't going to be me. I'm going to go and do something with this. It's pretty inspirational.
How would you deal with having an injury while you're doing sport?
Sorry, what was that?
How would you deal with having an injury? Like, what would you do if you?
First things first, I'd probably either tell physio or my coach, or both simultaneously if I could. It's really important if you do have that support system that you tell people, you don't hide it. No matter what it is, because there's long-term risks, and then it's a case of getting it checked out, making sure it's okay. If it's not, then doing the rehab that you need to do and not rushing it. Because especially as younger athletes, you'll want to get back to doing sport and everything, and it's not worth it. Like long-term wise, it can cut your career really far down, or could just end your career at the end of the day. You don't want a repeat injury because you've not gone through the correct protocols of healing. And if you really love what you do, then you're going to take your time and make sure you're right before you either compete next or go back into full training.
What's your favourite protein-based food to eat while you're doing sport? Like,
do peanut M&Ms count? That's a bit questionable for protein. I don't know. A good bacon butty would be up there. Can't go wrong with that. Or tin of beans or something. I don't. That's a hard one. It might have to be peanut M&Ms, but I've recently found out they're not as nutritious as I thought. So
yeah, that's all my questions.
Good.
Oscar, do you have any questions for Lily May, or just any words of advice before the national finals?
How do you do so many sports?
I don't know. I just train.
Pretty similar answer to me. To be fair, I don't do that many
sessions each day, because in like separate clubs, I just do all the sessions.
Okay,
because I'm in an athletics club, so I do those sessions and I do all the swimming ones and stuff.
Crazy. How do you handle that at such a young age as well? Like that's really impressive.
Yeah, because straight after I finish school, I'll just go do sport and not be back till like 10 o'clock. So.
Crazy. Have you got the swimmer's timetable yet of swimming before school as well?
Yeah, I've got 3.
Crazy, honestly. I think my main thing would just be enjoy it. You know, you've got a bright future ahead of you, but you know, enjoy the now and enjoy school games. It might, I don't know, for you having competed at such a high level already, it might feel a bit different, you know, maybe not as the novelty of other events, but it's a home games like environment, and you know, they'll have the TV cameras going and everything, and you know, enjoy yourself. Hopefully you win something, but you know, I think that's the most important thing, and try and get swaps if there's any international athletes. Do your best to get swaps, because that is worth it, 100%.
Yeah, I started collecting swim hats. Yeah,
I've still got a Singapore school games t-shirt, so you know, it's very much worth it.
Every swim hats.
Fair enough. I think that's everything.
Yeah.
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee, which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come and support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
They are much stronger than that as we welcome our first three into the chute. Lauren has slipped back into third, but it is very close, within a second between Isla, Susie and Lauren as they make their way into the chute. And now all eyes will be on those 5 lights, hoping they'll be the first one to turn them green. Remember, it's 5 greens and they can go, or 50 seconds, whichever comes first. And a strong chute already from Susie Roberts. And she is off, look at that, incredible. 5 green lights, very commanding lead now. She'll be trying to stretch that across as Isla Winslow goes to follow. The two of them are around 5 seconds between them as they head into the second of the run laps. As Jessica Stephen makes her way out of the chutes as well, and our original leader, Lauren Airy, makes her way out wearing bib number 1. But it's still early in this under-19 girls laser run. As we said, 5 lots of 600 metres. That's 3 kilometres of running as part of this event, in between the 4 shooting legs that they are going to be taking part in this afternoon. And even with a bit of rain, there's still a lot of support from team managers and spectators that have come down to cheer on their loved ones, friends and family, and help them with those school games values of passion and determination to try and get over the line as quick as they can in this laser run this afternoon. Some strong shooting performances in the shooting range. As Lauren Airy makes her way onto the second leg, sorry, second lap of her second leg of the run. And you can see on the faces of the athletes the pure focus and determination that all of them have got here to follow their plans, to think about the training that they've been putting in for this event of one of the pinnacles of youth sport, biggest multi-sport events for young athletes in the UK, as Susie Roberts makes her way back into the shooting range for her second shoot. And again, proving very accurate with the shooting this afternoon, Susie Roberts. As we've been saying across the laser runs this afternoon, it's not just about the pace and the speed of the running, it's about having that sharp shooting, keeping cool under pressure. As Isla Winslow makes her way out of the chute as well. Still in second place for her at the moment, the gap slightly wider between the two, but still anybody's race as we approach the halfway stage. Lauren Airy makes her way back out of the shooting range as well, still in third. And Jessica Stevens makes her way out as Rachel Warden comes in. She's still in fifth at the moment as well. But a few places being made up by some of the athletes in the order as they make their way on these running legs. But it's still Susie Roberts at the moment for Saltires, who is leading this under-19s girls laser run this afternoon. She's around about 10 seconds ahead of Isla Winslow, who's just running past the chute once again. She's got another lap to do before she comes in for her next one. There's more shooters in the Saltires that are in the shooting range. 5 Saltires athletes in this under-19 girls event this afternoon. All hoping to push themselves as far as they can. And with all the energy being used up on the track as well, Susie Roberts makes her way back in. She's coming in for another shoot now. She's been incredibly accurate and quick as she's gone through this afternoon. How will she do on this leg? Isla Winslow slightly closing the gap actually, so a little bit quicker this time on that last run. But Susie Roberts again, very accurate with the shooting and quick, makes her way off.
Looking good.
Definitely with the self-belief in Susie Roberts, a confident performance from her whenever she comes into the shooting range, which is brilliant to see. As Isla Winslow makes her way off, she's with the 9th team this afternoon. Great to see all the teams being represented here as well, and some brilliant sportsmanship across the afternoon between the events, the conversations they're having with each other, the support that the teams have got, not just for themselves but with the other teams here at Loughborough University, is excellent to see. So as Lauren Airy made her way out of the shooting, 5 green lights from her, she's off for another running leg. As Millie Wicks and Anna Bastard make their way into another shoot as well. They started 8th and 6th earlier on in this race after their swims this morning, dictating the starting order. Great performances from both of those within this laser run so far. But still time to mix it up. The course proving toughest on our athletes this afternoon, but always digging deep and showing that determination and passion just to finish and get to the end. This is far from easy for our young athletes, but they're showing just what the energy and the preparation they put into this for the months and years before this has come to today, and to show some brilliant performances for our young athletes, which no doubt will go on to follow in the footsteps of athletes, not only here at Loughborough University, but also from the school games as well. As Susie Roberts once again makes her way into the chute. Still the race leader at this point in time. Isla Winslow is still in second. Consistency for Isla though, good running as she's gone through. As Susie Roberts hits 5 greens and makes her way out of the shooting range. Talking about consistency, 4 outstanding shoots from her today. As our original race starting leader, Lauren Airy, makes her way into bay number 1 at the shooting range. And Isla Winslow is off for the final run of her race as well. And so is Lauren Airy. The front 3 are off for their final run. But for all 13 of our athletes that are still making their way around at the moment, fantastic performances. The brilliant volunteers are starting to applaud and to help get these athletes home. Let's make sure we are cheering them on and giving them the energy that they deserve to bring them to these last deep parts of the run. Give them the support and the energy that they need and deserve. They were swimming this morning, the run and the shooting this afternoon, digging deep into those energy reserves. All in hope for a medal today and the best position that they can muster on the under-19 girls laser run here at the Brockington cricket pitch at Loughborough University. We're coming to the closing stages of this one. But who is it who's going to finish first and take that medal today? Some brilliant performances in the shooting have really secured it for her this afternoon, representing Saltires. Susie Roberts makes her way to the finish line and comes across in first place, taking the gold today, starting within that close group at the front. A superb race from Susie, very much one to be proud of. As coming up to the finish line now, Isla Winslow, who will finish in second today, taking the silver medal. And as always, the brilliant sportsmanship and emotion between the athletes when they come across the line. The competition finishes over that line. As we welcome Lauren Airy across as well. Round of applause for Lauren, taking the bronze. After leading in the swim this morning, a brilliant run from her. And still 10 of our athletes out on the track at the moment. The race still far from over as we still have shooting and running going on. So please make sure you support the athletes as we welcome over the line Kirsty Mayer. She's jumped from 11th in the starting order. Finished starting a minute and a half before our first four. A brilliant performance from her. She finishes fourth in this combined event today. The exhaustion and tiredness from the athletes at the line going to prove just how much they put in, the passion, the drive, the determination to get there. As the sprint finishes from two of our athletes, Charlotte Naducci and Rachel Warden finishing and coming across the line in the under-19 girls laser run. Brilliant performance from both of them today. And some strong sprints coming towards the finishing line, leaving a little bit in the tank from the end. How many positions can they make up? Grace McDonald comes along, brilliant sprint down the back from Anna Basford. And Jessica Stevens, who started fourth this afternoon, coming through as well. As is Lottie Silverton representing Knights in this under-19 laser run. But ladies and gentlemen, as we've said for all of our events this afternoon, let's make sure that we are supporting and bringing home every one of our young athletes and showing them the appreciation and respect they deserve after an outstanding performance today. A few of our athletes still out on the run and soon to come over the finish line. So please do show your appreciation with applause and cheering as they make their way through. Let's bring them home all together at the school games. As down the finish straight, we welcome another one of our athletes from this afternoon. It is Harriet Wall, who's made up a place in this afternoon's laser run. Congratulations to her. And let's hear it for Tara Matthewson, who's with gritted teeth and tough this afternoon, found that difficult but did not show it, putting every bit of energy and determination in that she could to finish off that under-19 laser run. Congratulations to all of the athletes for their performance in this afternoon's race. Coming up in a few minutes' time, we will be opening up the warm-up for the under-19 boys race for the final laser run of this afternoon ahead of our medal performances here at the 2022 School Games National Finals.
So, hello, I am Lucy Rentschall, and I'm actually just finished training, so hence the sweatiness. This is where I train full time, and I do judo. I started judo when I was 8, and I'm 26 now, so I've gone from school games finals to the Olympic Games, so it's pretty cool, yeah. What about your journey?
Hi, I'm Alice. I play water basketball. It is 6 years now of water basketball, which is pretty crazy. This is my first school game finals, and I'm going to be obviously wheelchair basketball representing England green.
Very cool. So have you got some questions for me that I can answer?
Yeah, so I was kind of wondering, what was your journey into the sport like, and kind of into the more performance side of it? I'm sure you weren't going for the Olympics aged 8, so.
Yes, so when I was younger, like I loved all different sports. And I remember I used to say to my mum and dad, oh, I want to go to the Olympic Games, but I didn't know what in, and I wasn't especially good in any sport. I just really wanted to. I thought it was super cool. And then I started judo in primary school, where my club coach came in and he did like a 6-week taster session, and I loved it. And honestly, the main reason I loved it is because I thought, oh, like I can beat up my brother here if I carry on doing judo. So I was like, this is cool. And then at the age of around 15, I got onto the England team. And that meant that I was going international, competing around Europe and things like that. And then at the age of 17, I moved to Warsaw, and that's where I'm based now. And I have been since I was 17, and that's where I train full time. And that's how I go international training and obviously get selected for the Olympic Games.
What was your experience at Tokyo like? I've kind of heard it from a Paralympic perspective, but not from the Olympics.
I think it was a really cool experience. I went to Rio Olympics as a training partner, and I got to experience like the whole thing without the nerves of competing. So that was really cool, because I was in the village, I was in the judo hall, but I wasn't competing, so I wasn't nervous about competing. And when I got there in Rio, I was like, oh my God, like I want to be here in Tokyo competing. So going into Tokyo, of course, it was really nerve-wracking, but every single competition I do, I get nervous and it's really nerve-wracking. But it was a surreal experience just stepping onto like the judo mat at the Olympics.
So yeah, kind of following on from that, that sounds like a really kind of cool experience in getting the Rio and then Tokyo. What would be your advice for someone going to their first kind of multi-sport village type event, so from these school games?
Yeah, so I think school games was my first multi-sport event as well. And when I got there, I was like, oh my God, like this is so cool. And it can be a little bit overwhelming, but I think you've got to really enjoy the experience and don't take it too seriously, because if you go in there and take it too seriously and don't have too much fun, you'll come home from the games and be like, oh, that was it. Like, so I think you really need to go in there and just be open to, like, if you get like pins or stuff like that, you can switch it with people, talk to people from different sports and see what they're doing and get to know them, and just be open to enjoy the experience. And then of course when you compete, I'm sure that you'll do great, but just don't worry if you don't do great, because it is a first games experience and you shouldn't put too much expectation on yourself, because you don't want to go into the school games thinking that you have to go there, perform, and medal. You should just go into there thinking that you're just going to have fun, and then hopefully if a medal comes or you perform well, that's just a bonus, really, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, definitely. Kind of, how have you overcome adversity? I saw on Instagram that you've had some injuries. Kind of how have you overcome that?
I think it's part of sport. So in judo, there's certain injuries that many people get, shoulders especially, knees, and I've had both of them injuries. And I think things happen in sports, and my coach is really good to say that you have to pretend like you're on a mountain or a cliff and you're climbing up this mountain, and you can't just go straight up like this and get to the top. Like, that's impossible. There is going to be bits where you go down a little bit, to go up higher, to go down again, or to go straight, and that's fine. Like, I think as long as you can focus. And so for me now, I'm injured right now and I've had surgery and I'm 4 weeks post-surgery now, but I think these 4 weeks, I've not just stopped training and been upset and been dwelling on things. I've been really focusing on the gym, which for me, gym is the hardest part of sport for me. I don't really enjoy doing weight training, but I've been really focusing on it and really putting time into gym, which I couldn't really do before. So I think just having a focus on something and having goals outside of me doing judo, that's really helped me.
Yeah, so again, kind of leading off that, I had 2 major surgeries this season. How do you kind of deal with that, not being able to train at the fullest?
I think it is hard, and you can be upset that you've had surgeries, and I think as long as you now have a focus coming back, and you don't have to think, sometimes injuries are not a bad thing. Like I just said, you can focus on something else. So you can focus on your weak points or the things that you're not as strong as. So I think as long as you have goals going forward from your injuries, you will do well. So an example, when I came back from my knee injury, I started back at a very low level at a domestic event. And then I went international, but again, a lower level. And I just built my way up. And eventually I got my best medal that I've ever had in my career. So I think as long as you're focused in your mind and you're keeping negative and trying to keep away from, oh, I'm injured, I can't do anything, I think you'll get through it very well. What injuries did you have?
So kind of para sport's really different because we've all got our own conditions. So I don't think I've had any like proper injury. I partially dislocated my wrist and my elbow while trying to get the ball. That was in 2019. I came back 2 weeks later. I probably should have had more time out, but with my condition, I dislocate anyway. So I was like sitting around. This season, I had 2 jaw surgeries. So I had basically what a lot of people have done with their knee. So I had the cartilage taken out, and I had a implant, and then I had 2 scopes. So I had the replacement on one side and the scopes on both. I think that's it. I think the major one, I learned how to walk again during lockdown. That was a bit of a surprise.
Wow.
So I woke up with, I couldn't feel my feet. So I had disabilities beforehand, then I woke up, couldn't feel my foot. And then it progressed to my legs. So I learned how to walk again. With basketball, we didn't really have a 2020 or 21. Our first matches were September last year. Which was a bit weird coming back because we had just had nothing and we weren't allowed to throw balls to each other for last year, and we weren't allowed contact until June because COVID was that. I think I'll probably forget them. I had to do a medical form for a GP meeting, and I was like, oh, this is going to be a very long document. I think kind of moving on to the outside of athleting, is there anything that you're really like passionate about outside that?
So even though it's a bit alongside me doing judo, I also coach judo. Me and my boyfriend have our own judo club, so we coach people from the age of 4, and I think our oldest is only 18. So I really enjoy that because I feel like sometimes being an athlete, you can get really, of course you have to focus on, well, I have to focus on judo, but I don't want that to be my only focus. I feel like sometimes I can give back to the sport a little bit, and just like seeing all the little kids and they watch me online and on the TV, and they come and watch some domestic competitions, and it's just so nice to think that like I can inspire the children. But I also study physical education as well, and I really enjoy that. So they're all a little bit linked, but I study too.
Cool. So kind of on that, how do you manage your studies around here and now?
I think having good communication is key. My lecturers are aware of my situation. They know that I'm away travelling the country and I'm out, miss some lectures because of that. But I think me having good communication is really important. So I'll always message them to say, this is my programme, and if anything changes, I'll let you know in advance. And they're really happy to help me. So when I go away out the country, they'll give me the work that I'm going to miss that week, or they do some recording lectures. So I don't actually miss too much, but I think it's really good to have a balance. So when I come home from training, I rest, I recover, and then I make set times to do university work as well. So I don't just wing it. I don't just go with the flow. Probably every Sunday night or Saturday night, I make a timetable for the week, and I make sure I stick to that timetable, because I know sometimes after training I can come home and be like, I don't want to do nothing all day, I'm exhausted. Like, I'm sure you know how it feels. So I think just having good balance, being quite strict with the timetable, and having good communication with my lecturers, the 3 key things to at the minute everything's really balanced, and both my studies and my judo are going quite good.
I think you kind of touched on this, but how do you kind of manage having a social life?
How do I manage my social media?
Like having a social life outside of
social life. So it's hard. It is really hard. I mean, judo is quite a difficult sport. I don't know about basketball, but there's no seasons in judo. So from January to January, we're training, and I have 2 weeks off for Christmas, and sometimes not even that. So this year I'm competing on the 21st of December. So I'll just have the week off after that. And then if we have a big event, the World Championships, we'll have a week or two off after that. So probably during the whole year, if you're not injured, I'll have about 3 weeks off. But then in between all that as well, we do get some weekends off where we can just go home, see our family and friends, because I live about an hour and a half away from my family. So I make sure, because it's super important that you keep in contact with everyone and you still have fun outside, because although you're really dedicated to your sport, sport isn't the end of everything. Like, it's not, there's something after sport as well. So it's really important to keep in good contact with friends and family, especially for your mental health too. But I think I make sure to speak to my friends and family every single day. I FaceTime them. I keep in contact with probably everyone. And when I do have spare time, I make sure that I'm not just being lazy and sitting at home and staying in bed. I get out and I do things, and I visit loads of friends, visit loads of family. But it is hard. Like, it is really hard. And I do miss quite a lot of events, and I'm sure you have as well already. But I think judo, I won't be doing judo forever, so I have all my spare time in a few years when I retire.
Yeah, I think we train, our club training is Saturday afternoon, so it's
it clashes.
What was that?
So I bet you Saturday afternoon that clashes with a lot of your friends and your family's things that they're doing.
Yeah, it's kind of worked in my favour for some things, admittedly, but it's like even trying to go to the football and stuff like that, it's pretty hard.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the negativity in sport, kind of whether that's your own emotions or from other people, or kind of the general vibe of things?
So that is hard. It's a good question, because we have like judo forums and British judo, like on Facebook pages and stuff like that, and 8 times or 9 times out of 10, it's really positive. Like, it's super positive, and you have people tagging you in things and wishing you well. And a lot of people sometimes are always there to support the good times, and then not as many if things are not going so good. But I think what people are writing, because some people do write negative things on social media, and some people even tag me in things. Like, I say I've just lost at an event, I'll be tagged in a post saying, "Oh, that was terrible," and I'm thinking, yeah, I know that, I'm down in the dumps about it, you don't have to tell me. But I do think that their opinion isn't important. Like, they're just watching, they don't know what's gone on, they don't know how hard you train and how hard you work. So I think if they did know me as a person, and if they did see me training every single day as hard as I'm training, they probably wouldn't comment like that. And there was one time where there was a comment about the British Centre where we're training now, to say that, I think it said something about we just get given everything and we don't earn it. And a few of us wrote back to the comment, which I wouldn't advise to do. But as soon as I wrote back to the comment, they all messaged me individually to say, "I'm sorry, no, I didn't mean that, I'm really sorry." So I think a lot of the time on social media, people do it just for maybe to say, "Hi, like this, look at me, I can write about these people." So I do think sometimes it's not even true what they're saying. They just want to share their opinion. But I do think that if the person knew you 100% as a person, they probably wouldn't say what they were saying. So I try not to look at very many things, because it can get you down and it can put you in a bad way. But if you do see them, I just know in my head that I train hard every day. I work very, very hard. I've not been given anything. I train hard for it. So I deserve what I get, or for example, you deserve to be at the school finals. So whatever people say, it really isn't important.
So I think you froze for a moment there, but that was really interesting. I think there's definitely comments that have gone around in basketball around the various performance centres. I just tend to kind of sit back on Facebook and not engage with them. could
It's
actually get
definitely
a
the
bit
best
like
thing to do.
there's some people who get very, very passionate. Yeah, there's some people who get very passionate about the sport, and I think you've probably experienced it in judo as well, as kind of the profiles being raised, that people liked it how it was, and that wouldn't have been with a lot of people in the sport. Wheelchair basketball is so heavily male weighted as well, so I'm not sure if you've seen that we now have a women's Premier League, which is meant to be pro, and that caused huge backlash because people are like, oh, why aren't they investing in the men's game, which was all they. It's kind of good. So it happens in other sports, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, and I think
that other people can be as kind of mean. I have got a list, that's why I keep looking down.
no, it's okay. But I do think that in every sport it happens. Like, you've got to remember and understand that it's not just you. Like, no one's aiming it at Alice. It's everyone. Like, I think every sport there is them people that will write nasty comments, but you literally are doing the right thing by not engaging and not letting it get you down, because you know that you're working hard, you're trying hard. So their opinions, their negative opinions, doesn't really matter.
What's your achievement, kind of on a more upbeat note, in your personal and sport life?
So my best achievement in judo, I am the only British person to get to 4 Grand Slams. Well, not 4. I've got to 7 Grand Slam finals, but won 4 of them. So I'm the only British judo to do that, and I'm also the only person in British judo to get a European medal at every age category. So I'm really happy that, because sometimes if you do so well when you're young, you can't continue that all the way through to senior level. Or so you do either better younger or maybe older. But I've got a European medal at cadet, junior, under 23 and senior. So I think I'm really proud to be at every stage. I know I've completed something that I really wanted to complete and get a European medal. And then I think outside of judo, my biggest achievement probably would be being able to balance so many things. I think it's really hard, and some people struggle to give 100% to one thing, but 100% to another thing also. So sometimes if people give 100% to the sport, they can't like give everything to the university or the studies. But because of them key factors that I told you before about time management and having a balance and being a little bit strict, I think probably my biggest achievement outside of judo is doing well in other things, not just one thing here, one thing there. So I'd say that. What would you say is your biggest achievement so far?
I don't know. I think it's really, really split, and I'm not sure if my sporting achievements would like be the traditional ones. So I spoke out about sexism in the sport age. The selection for me was huge. I would have made it to a team decision. It happened. Was in my junior career to get to this point. But I am going to school games. I'm going to experience it, and I think also my first match back after my first operation for season was also my Div 2 debut in the sport.
Wow.
So I feel myself in the deep end. And I think personally, I do quite a lot of advocacy stuff. So I'm on the Girl Guiding Youth panel and also Select Youth Board, and they're an organisation that does getting girls and young women into STEM. I'm probably talking to Priti Patel about how we need to have good education in schools and how we need to have a focus on PSHE and stuff that isn't English and maths, and helping shape the domestic violence bill is probably my proudest achievement. Saying that, wow. Is thinking.
Well, you definitely should be proud of that. That is really, it sounds really amazing.
Just a little question. What is a Grand Slam? I don't follow judo, so.
Okay, so in judo, we have the major events, which is World Championships, European Championships, and then Olympic Games. But to get to the Olympic Games, you need to be the highest on the ranking list. So the top 22 on the ranking list go to the Olympic Games. So to climb that ranking list, you fight in Grand Slams. So it's the next competition under the 3 majors. And the Grand Slams are worth the highest points. So winning a Grand Slam, I would get 1,000 points. So I'll go higher on the world ranking list. So they're like, if you know what a Grand Slam tennis is. It's a bit similar to that.
Okay, cool. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
How do you get focused for both training and competition? I know there's sometimes that I will just be waking up at 6 a.m. and I'll get for my first match and I'll just be a bit out really.
Yeah. I think it's hard sometimes. Some days I wake up and think, oh no, I can't do it today. It's really hard, but you've got to do it. So as much as if you keep telling yourself, I'm tired, I'm not feeling up for it today, you've still got to do it. You're still going to compete. So I think no matter how I feel in the morning when I wake up on competition, I know I've got to compete and I've got to compete my best today. So I try not to give myself negative thoughts and think, oh, I'm tired today. Oh, I didn't sleep too good today. I try and switch that around and think, I've trained hard, I've ate well, I've made my weight well, I'm ready to train, I'm ready to compete, and I've been competing well. So that's what I try and change it around, to not think, oh, I'm tired. I try and tell myself all the positive things that's happened this week rather than the negative things. But to focus during competition, we have about 5 fights in a day. So in between each fight, there's about an hour recovery. So I just listen to music. I take myself off. I just really try and think in my head my game plan and how I'm going to win my next fight. And then I also speak to my coach a lot. So I think sitting with my coach and confining my coach and him just going through what we're going to do next and some maybe video analysis and stuff like that, it can really make me just focus on the event I'm doing. And the same for training, really. I try to have set goals each session. So I'm not just coming onto the judo mat and thinking, oh, I'll go with the flow today. I try and each session have some goals that today I want to do this, this and this. So I feel like that can really focus me and give me an aim for each session.
For the final time this afternoon, the range is now closed for the under-19 boys. Warm-up, the race will be getting underway in around 3 minutes' time for our final combined event here at the 2022 School Games National Finals at Loughborough University. So for this final laser run this afternoon, this is the under-19 boys laser run for the combined event here at Brockington Cricket Pitch at Loughborough University. 13 athletes are warmed up and ready to get underway in this race this afternoon. As across this afternoon, all 13 of them will be leaving the start line staggered, depending on how they did in this morning's first part of the combined event in the pool over at Loughborough swimming pool here on the campus as well. And those times have given us a very interesting start to this afternoon's race. Benjamin Wilkinson will be starting first of all wearing number 1. 2 seconds behind him will be Freddie Barlow starting in P2, and then Ollie Hodgson will be starting 2 seconds behind him in third. The first 3 separated by 4 seconds as they start after 3 very quick swims in the pool earlier on today. Elsewhere down the list, starting 4th will be Malik Ruste. In 5th will be Jack Collett. In 6th will be William Barlow. Starting in 7 is Malachi Clark. Wearing 8 is Alexander Josek. Wearing 9 is Blake Headley. 10 is Jordan Phillips. In 11 is Reece Crawford. Starting 12th is Tom Sadadon. And in 13th is Duncan McDonald. And our final 2 runners will be starting at the same time, a minute and a half after Benjamin Wilkinson starts off the race this afternoon. And with that, the race is underway with Benjamin Wilkinson making his way off. This is the under-19 boys. laser run as part of the combined events. Our first three are out and into the range. It's Benjamin Wilkinson, Freddie Brassey, Barlow and Ollie Hodgson. So they made their way, in fact, on the first run, of course. It's 5 runs and 4 shoots in this under-19 final, as Malik Rousset and Jack Collett make their way off as well in 4th and 5th. So all 13 of these athletes will be doing 5 runs, starting off with this first one. Each of the runs 600 metres, comprised of 2 laps of our 300-metre lap here at the cricket pitch, Brockington cricket pitch, and there will be 4 shoots in between. 5 green lights is their aim, or 50 seconds, whichever comes first. That's when they are released and allowed on to the next running leg. As we wait for Jordan Phillips, he will be the next one to start 59 seconds after the leaders, and he is off. As already, Freddie Brassey Barlow stretched out a lead over Benjamin Wilkinson. And just 3 waiting on the start line. We've got Reece Crawford will be starting 1 minute 21 after our initial starters. And he is off, and then 9 seconds behind him, it's Ton Saladon and Duncan McDonald, our final 2 of our field of 13. And all 13 of our athletes are off in this under-19 boys laser run this afternoon. So again, for those of you that are watching on YouTube and enjoying the live streams at home, if you've not been able to make it here to Loughborough University this weekend, it is a little bit drier than it was in the last 2 races this afternoon. The rain is holding off just for the moment, much to the happiness of the athletes and those that have come out to support and are watching from the stands today. As Freddie Brassey Barlow makes his way into the shooting range with Malik Rousset and Jack Collett as well. Benjamin Wilkinson and Ollie Hodgson making their way in the top 5, all into the shooting range. Within a few seconds of one another, it's close within the top 5 at the moment, and in fact the whole of the field staying with each other in this first part of the race. And already Freddie Brassey Barlow is out of the shooting range first and takes the lead on this one. How long will it be before one of his competitors follows him out? It is bib number 3, Ollie Hodgson, who is now out in 2nd place after the first shoot. And our starting leader, Benjamin Wilkinson, is out in 4th from the shoot, the first of 4 as part of this laser run this afternoon. So here at Loughborough University with the laser runs this afternoon, it's been brilliant to see the atmosphere here at the Brockington cricket pitch. Teammates, teams, coaches, team managers, supporters, all been cheering each other on. And it's been these 13 athletes that have been sitting watching and waiting this afternoon as the others in their teams have gone before them, and now is their time to shine. As always, our athletes had a go in the pool this morning, all of which swimming. Benjamin Wilkinson was the fastest of our swimmers, 2 minutes 15.81 seconds. And as we said, 2 seconds between the 3 fastest swimmers this morning, which has made for a very close getaway in this afternoon's race, as Benjamin Wilkinson makes his way past the shooting range into that first lap for his 2nd running stint. But if there's one thing we've seen this afternoon in the Modern Pentathlon, and one of the best things about this sport is that it is not over until you cross the finish line. It's one of those sports where people can make time up in both of the disciplines that we've got here as part of the laser run, and of course they've already had that opportunity within the swim this morning, as we have Freddie Brassey Barlow making his way back in from his 2nd run. He's on to the 2nd shooting stint now. And a very quick and accurate shoot for Freddie. He is already out and on to the 3rd running leg. Very impressive for the Saxons athlete. As 4 athletes make their way in together, still tight some of the groups within this race. Who's going to be first to leave the chute? It is going to be Ollie Hodgson, who is narrowly in second place, manages to keep second position into the third running leg this afternoon. And a good lead now building for Freddie Brassy Barlow. He is probably about half a lap up on the run of second place at this moment in time. Interesting to watch the gaps, and said all can change throughout the laser run. All it needs is one tricky shooting session and a couple of missed targets to completely throw the race. It really does come down to the most consistent athlete across the 2 disciplines, not just the speed but the accuracy as they make their way through. So overtakes happening between our top 8 athletes as they make their way through on the run. But some strong run performances and using the most of the energy to try and make up the ground, make up the meters, make up the seconds to get them across that finish line and possibly grab themselves a medal this afternoon. As Freddie Brassy Barlow makes his way into the third chute now, incredibly quick from him. Very accurate chute for his second chute. How's he going to do on the third with his opponents closing up and making their way around as well? About 22 seconds to gap. As he clears and makes his way out, very accurate shooting from the young athletes wearing the number 2 this afternoon. But there is a close group that could be in with a medal this afternoon. Silver and bronze still in hot contention. But a very, very quick shoot there from William Barlow, it looks like, number 6. So for our racing, this is the 4th of the 5 legs of the run this afternoon. Each one of those legs a tiring 600-metre run around the Brockington cricket pitch. The 300-metre lap that we've got flagged out here is 2 laps of those as they make their way around ahead of the next chute. As Benjamin Wilkinson, who started the race in first earlier on, comes around after another lap of his run. And in for his third shoot as well. And Benjamin Wilkinson manages to get that 5th elusive green light, so he was aiming for on the chute as Freddie Brassy Barlow makes his way in for his 4th chute now. The race leader, still a commanding lead. And the green lights are on, the 5 of them for Freddie. Impressive performance with the shooting this afternoon. It's got to be said, very accurate and calm under pressure, keeping a steady arm. Despite the tiredness, I'm sure, for the running by that point, already 1.2 kilometres, perhaps 2.4. Still though a close run group for the medals. Ollie Hodgson, Malik Rousset, Jack Collett, William Barlow, all pretty much together within the shooting across this laser run this afternoon. And with it all to make up with the run now. There's the cheers of some of the teammates from earlier on. The coaches, the team managers all ringing out around the Brockington cricket pitch here, supporting on the teams and the athletes as they make their way down. Who is it going to be who takes the win? And the gold medal in this under 19 boys final. That's what we're looking for. And it is going to be Freddie Brassy Barlow, who started second in this afternoon. Behind him, very impressive from Reece Crawford, who started 11th in this race, started 1 minute and 21 seconds behind our starting leader, and managed to pull that up. Reece, congratulations, a brilliant and well-deserved silver medal, as the two finishers shake hands. And now it is the race for bronze. There is one more medal up for grabs. Who is it going to be? It's been close for this bronze medal pretty much all the way through the laser runs. Some sprints on tired legs to come, I'm sure. As the legs of Jack Collett managed to make it over the line, narrowly beating William Barlow, both of them running for ninths this afternoon. A punch on the ground there for Jack, as Ollie Hodgson comes through and over the line. A brilliant performance from him, right up there around the bronze medal position for most of the race for Ollie. As Malik Rousset also makes his way over the line, brilliant performance. Malachi Clark coming in close behind. And you can see from the exhaustion how much this means to them and how much they put into it, as Duncan McDonald comes through, head of Tom Savmander. And Blake Headley makes his way, as does Jordan Phillips. Duncan McDonald managing to pull back a few of the positions there within the laser run. Alexander Jovic coming through across the finishing line. And as we have done this afternoon, and we will not stop on the final race, let's make sure that we applaud every single athlete through at the end of the laser run. The determination from our young athletes today has been incredibly admirable, as has the self-belief, but it has been the passion and the support of one another, the teamwork, not just within the own team, but from all of our athletes, regardless of which team they're with, that has been inspiring to see here at Loughborough University this afternoon. And I'm sure will be across the other 2 days of action that we've got here for the Modern Pentathlon. And so it is the athlete who started first, Benjamin Wilkinson, who is making his way down. His fellow athletes all of the spectators, the volunteers, the officials, the teams here celebrating as he makes his way over the line. Well done to Benjamin, and congratulations to all of the athletes in the under-19 boys laser run. The final of our 4 competitions this afternoon. We will have medal ceremonies very soon to celebrate the 12 medalists from today's action.
I think that's something I just need to bring on to my training, kind of coming back after COVID. I think we went into COVID, I was 14 and then coming out 16, and suddenly kind of you've lost kind of so many years and kind of that serious to my training, I think is something that I need to bring in. So that was really helpful, thank you.
No problem.
Bit of a random one, but what is your favourite food to have at competition?
So in judo, you have to make your weight. So I fight normally on the Saturday, but on the Friday evening I weigh in. So the Friday is not much food and not much drink because you're weighing in that evening. But then as soon as I've weighed in, I love spaghetti bolognese or carbonara. So I get some carbs in, and the day of my competition, it's not my favourite food, but it's just now a food that I will have every single competition. I'll have scrambled egg on toast, and that's my go-to breakfast. And then throughout my competition, I have things like bananas, energy drinks, Haribos and stuff like that. And then after my competition, I always treat myself. So we go out for some like food I probably wouldn't normally eat on a day-to-day basis. And I love pizza and burgers and stuff like that. But yeah, my go-to meal after weigh-in is definitely spaghetti bolognese or carbonara. What is yours?
I think, I really like lasagna, but my family don't really. So I think because our competitions are such a varied time.
Yeah.
So there's some that I have 6 weekends in a row that I have matches of some variety, sometimes in 3 different competitions. And then there's sometimes that I'll have one match a month. And we also do the weird Christmas stuff. So I think I've definitely played on the last weekend before Christmas and the first one back after New Year, just because the hall tends to be cheap. So we tend to play. So I think I do love Christmas dinner. I really like stuffing in your pudding.
Yes, I like that too.
But it's kind of just working out because it's kind of I've trained all summer, which has been nice. Some people normally have a break, but because I hadn't played much in the last season, I was like, there's training sessions to go to, let's just go, because I don't know like if I'm gonna have to have another surgery or another bit of me breaks. So yeah, lasagna though, I would have that every day.
I think I could also eat lasagna every day. I do really like that too.
How do you manage coming off a competition, like coming out of a competition, like coming off that high from competing?
Well, I think it's super, super important to have that high. Like, sometimes people get straight back into training and forget what's just happened. But I think it is really important to take that high into training with you and be really confident with it. So when I'm competing and I'm winning competitions, I come home and I'm happy. Like, I get into training and I'm happy, and I think in my head, like, I've done so well, like, take this into training, carry on going. And I think by doing that, it makes you have really good training sessions. Of course, you're going to have some training sessions where you're just like, what went on there? Why was this so bad? But I think if you keep thinking back to that competition that I did so well, I played so well, I did this and this good, I think that's really important. But still, even every competition, I can take a point from the competition which didn't go well. Even if I won the whole competition, I can say, when we do some video analysis and I look back, I can say, okay, this was really good. However, this was not as good. So what can I do to make that as good as this, to be a better person as like a whole judo player? So I think it's super important not to forget how well you did and to go into the sessions really confident because you've just done so well. But just have a look back at your match or how you played and say, okay, there was 5 points that were super good, but this 1 point, now I'm going to work on that to get it as good, and then you'll be a better player as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. That was really useful. I think I have a habit of either, mainly because all our competitions, if we do a full weekend, it's first match is normally 9 AM on a Sunday, and the way that the timetabling's been, it's normally about 4 or 5 on the Sunday, and then I'd be straight back at school the next day. So for school games, I would have played for 4 days straight, and then it's my first day of year 13 the next day.
Oh wow!
How did you, if you did have to deal with that, how did you deal with that when you were younger?
So I did all the time. So I would compete on Saturdays or Sundays and then go straight to school on a Monday. And I think I had really supportive people around me and people in school with me and college with me that they was really happy for me. So like they'd be, every time I'd go in, and I wouldn't be scared to like share how well I did. Like I'd say, yeah, I won this. Yeah, I did good. Like I think sometimes people think, oh, you maybe are being big headed or you're boasting, but that isn't actually how people see it. People see it. People get really proud of you and are genuinely really happy for you to do well. So I think you should go in and show off your medals or show off your trophy. And just, if you're really proud of yourself, everyone around will also be really proud. But then you need to make sure you can switch off a little bit from that to focus on your studies or whatever you're doing. And then as soon as you go back into training, that's where you can say, I did good and now I'm going to focus on this.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I have any more questions apart from kind of what is the favourite thing you've ever bought to help with your sport? Because I like asking people this question because it's so random.
What's my favourite thing I've ever
bought for your sport? Like if it's random or you just liked it.
What have I bought for my sport? That's a good question. well, actually, I'm obsessed with buying trainers. Like, trainers is my go-to. So I cheat a little bit and I say, oh, I need trainers for the gym. Oh, now I need trainers for running, but I don't wear them for the gym and running because I have my gym and running trainers and I just make an excuse. So that is the thing that, like, my go-to thing, really. What about you?
Kind of trainers, yeah, and I have my one pair of trainers that I play in and I go to the gym in, and they've had a hard life lesson, but they work. Probably I don't really follow running basketball, so a lot of wheelchair basketball players do follow the running game. I appreciate it, but I don't watch it. But football shirts, I say, oh no, and then I just buy a lot of.
That's really cool though. I like that.
Which is, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, did you watch the live lesson?
Yes, how amazing.
Yeah, it was so cool. I was in France, so watched it with the English and the English and German people who were in that bit.
Very nice. Well, they did so well, and then the week after, our Commonwealth team did so well. So at the minute, like, everyone's on a high. Sport's really good. So hopefully that follows you into the games.
Yeah, hopefully. I knew some of the people who represented England at wheelchair basketball, so I played with one of them. I've played with two of them this season actually. I've been playing with them at the game, so I think hopefully it'll be such a high for the country and the sporting world. And even if other people don't see it, I think for the sporting world, it's been such a high, and it's been one of the times it's been really good to be English. So
100%. Yeah, hopefully. So my fingers are crossed that you have a very, very good games. But I want you just to remember that if things maybe don't go too much to plan or not how you expected, there's more things to come and there's bigger things to come as well. So don't dwell on it too much, but fingers crossed everything goes very, very well for you.
Thank you so much.
Sport event for young talented people in the UK, taking place from the 1st until the 4th of September. It's the 15th edition of the School Games National Finals. This year, we are obviously very happy to welcome back spectators after the closed doors last year due to COVID-19. But it's great to have the supporters here with us today, as well as on social media and YouTube as well, cheering on our young athletes. By the end of this weekend, there'll be 22,900 young athletes that have competed in School Games National Finals since the very first in 2006. There's 1,000 of them taking part in 10 disciplines over these 4 days.
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physios, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come and support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
So apologies for the delay this afternoon in the medal ceremony. We are very nearly able to get underway with that one. We've had to confirm the results. And we are nearly at the point where we are going to be able to present the medals, first of all, for our 4 individual races and our individual medalists. Anyway, no worries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to start the medal ceremonies for the Modern Pentathlon. A big thank you for joining us this afternoon here at Loughborough University for the 2022 School Games National Finals, the biggest UK multi-sports event for young athletes. Before we award our medals, let's hear it for all of our athletes this afternoon and for their performances in the Modern Pentathlon. And let's also hear it for our volunteers, event team, officials, and everyone who has made today's event possible. Let's hear it for them as well. And now to introduce to you those who will be presenting the medals in this afternoon's ceremony. So we have Franjo Lovric, the president of Kinris from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Andrew Rea Demidov, the president of Sport for Education and Health in Spain. We begin with the medal ceremony for the under-17 girls individual medals. Finishing third and winning the bronze medal is Evie Powell. Finishing second and taking the silver medal, Imi Edwards. And finishing first, your 2022 School Games National Finalist champion for the Modern Pentathlon combined event for the under-17 girls is Emily Carman. Ladies and gentlemen, your under-17s girls champions. Next up is the ceremony for the under-17s boys individual medalists. Finishing third and getting the bronze medal this afternoon, Ruben Cowley. Finishing second and taking the silver medal, Jacob Headley.
And your under-17 boys gold medalist and School Games champion, Thomas Johnson. Let's hear it for our under-17 boys medalists. Now we move on to the ceremony for the under-19 girls. Starting off with the athlete who finished third and takes the bronze medal, Lauren Airy. Finishing second and taking the silver medal, Isla Winslow. And your under-19 girls gold medalist and school games champion, Susie Roberts. Your under-19 girls medalists. And our final individual medal ceremony for the under-19 boys, starting off with third place and the bronze medal, Jack Collett. Finishing second and taking the silver medal, Reece Crawford. And your under-19 boys gold medalist and school games champion, Freddie Barlow. Let's hear it for our under-19 boys medalists. And now we move on to the ceremonies for our teams. This goes to the teams who scored more points than any others, and 3 gold medals will be given to the first 3 of each team in each of the races. So we start with the under-17 girls. And these medals will be presented by the CEO of Pentathlon GB, Trafford Wilson. For the under-17 girls, the gold medals go to the Tudors, and representing those medals will be going to Emily Carmen, Evie Powell and Isabel Whittle. Let's hear it for our under-17 girls team champions. And now on to our under-17 boys team champions. Taking the gold, the team is the Knights, and our 3 gold medalists will be Zinzan Sargent, Thomas Johnson and Toby Aberdeen. Let's hear it for our under-17 boys team champions. Next up is the Team Champions Award for the under-19 girls. The winning team was the Scottish Saltires, and receiving gold medals will be Susie Roberts, Grace McDonald and Rachel Warden. Ladies and gentlemen, your under 19 girls team champions. And last but no means least, our under 19 boys team champions. The winning team were the Knights, and the gold medals will be going to Jack Collett, Malik Rousday and William Barlow. Let's hear it for the under 19 boys team champion. And that concludes our medal ceremonies and the action here on day one of the Modern Pentathlon. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us here and live on YouTube as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning with the second day of action here at Loughborough University and the 2022 School Games National Finals.